Meeting of Parliament, Thursday the 19th of May, 2022. We continue with answers to questions. The Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to give the House an indication that the magnificent parliamentary team at number 6 is having a little bit of a printer issue this afternoon, and I expect that all of my questions, with the voluminous amount of disclosure and the exercise of transparency that the government is about to engage upon, is coming towards us. So as soon as they arrive on the station, as GBC used to say in the old days, for those of us who remember that far back, we'll be ready to start with my questions, but I'm conscious that the Honourable Minister for the Environment still has 1 or 2 to go, so we might continue with him before then.
Question number 84 of 2022. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Please provide details of the costs of the essential maintenance carried out at the Skywalk site, resulting in its temporary closure from the 18th to 25th of February, together with details of the company that carried it out and the nature of the maintenance.
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the annual maintenance works were done at a cost of £5,230 by Integral Gibraltar Solutions. This consisted of an inspection of the entire metallic structure and anchor points and protective painting of the entire structure. Extra works to the flooring were done at a cost of £14,431.42 by the same company.
Thank you. There's a point of detail. Can the honourable member give me the full name of the company, so I can carry out a search if and when if I decide to do so? I think he said the Integral Gibraltar Solutions. That may be the business name. So if he has the full name of the company, I'd appreciate that. And also the nature of the contract that the government has with this company. Was this a one-off, or is this the company that's assigned to maintain the Skywalk? And does it do other works for the government, in particular in the Upper Rock?
Mr. Speaker, the name is the name that I've given, is the name that I have. If it has another expanded name, I would need to find out. I am told they're called Integral Gibraltar Solutions. This work was put out to a number of quotes, and they were the only company in Gibraltar who offered to do it, in the sense that it's a very specialist type of work, and they were the only people who were able to do it. I believe, subject to confirmation, that it was a one-off, but if they remain the only company able to do that specialized work on that location, then I suspect they may get to do it again, but I would need to seek further information on that.
It's simply to find out whether it just has limited at the end, or it may have a fuller name, and perhaps he can give me that information later on. I'll send him a message. Maybe we can deal with this on that basis. Presumably, he doesn't have the details of the shareholders and directors with him, and I assume it is a Gibraltar company. The honourable member doesn't know.
No, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it would be a Gibraltar company, and I don't know the details of those involved in the company.
Next question.
No, Mr. Speaker, if I may. I mean, there's quite a bit of information there, and
When you ask the question, you're asking 2 supplementaries every time you ask the question, which is fine. But, let's not extend it beyond what is reasonable.
Mr. Speaker, the issue here is that whilst I understand that you want brevity and you want the process to move swiftly, I mean, this is relevant information which one needs to determine depending on the answer. So it's very difficult to be beholden to 2 or 3 questions. So it's not the same question each time, but. If I may, in relation...
Just ask the question, and then we'll see how far we go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The other bit of information which the minister kindly provided related to, he split it into two. One, I think, was like general maintenance of the, presumably a review of the site. But then there was another one which dealt with flooring, which is quite a high number, certainly relative to the first tranche of about 14,000, well, 431 and 47 pence, I think was the precise answer. Can you give us more details in relation to that? Does he have any more particulars as to what was wrong with the flooring, which resulted in what is a relatively high number?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there was some issues with the flooring, including some of the seals between the two laminae of the glass. It's sealed, and if you're not careful with the sealing, then you can get humidity and mold in between, and obviously the transparency, which is what one wants to have in the skywalk, is compromised. So it was that kind of fairly complex technical work. I believe there was some damage also that had to be resolved. And also some of the flooring, which not the glass flooring, but the other pathway was also damaged. Remember, this is a very exposed site. It's at the top of the rock, levanter, gales, what have you. So that needed work. That was identified and it was done quickly, because otherwise it would have deteriorated further.
And Mr. Speaker, the honourable member talked about going out for quotes, I think he said. Did it formally go out to tender? Was there a formal tender process in relation to this?
Mr. Speaker, for what is already, even with the additional, a relatively small amount of practices, that you go to a minimum of 3 quotes and you work on that basis. And that's what happened on this occasion.
Next question.
Question number 85 of 2022. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Please provide details as to when the stacks of unused solar panels are going to be removed or otherwise installed, which now lay abandoned at the Mid Harbours estate, together with the costs of the panels and from which company they were purchased.
Answer. The Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the panels in question do not belong to the government. Therefore, the government is not aware of the cost, nor is it responsible for their installation.
Mr. Speaker, these panels are in the government estate. I'm surprised by the answer. The information that I have from the tenants is that they were advised that actually it already belongs to the government. Just to understand a bit more what's going on here, I understand it is an issue because where they are situated, and I'm told they've already moved once. I think they were underneath one of the blocks, and they had to be moved because, I mean, they're quite high. The stacks are about 2.5 meters high. It caused an issue with one of the flats because anybody could have accessed or burgled the flats. That's why they moved them to where they are now. And where they are now presents an issue because a decision, I understand, has been made to remove the current children's playground and put it or very close to, where the stacks are now. This is what was explained to me when I visited the area. So in that context, does the government have an intention to deal with this in any way? Particularly, I think what's of interest to the tenants is to have these stacks removed as soon as possible. And with the Speaker's permission, if I may, but it's further supplementary, he says that the stacks don't belong to the government. Is that why? Because they haven't purchased them yet, but there is an intention to purchase? And he says he's going to explain that point. I'd be grateful for that reply.
Mr. Speaker, just in order to help the honourable member, the park is absolutely right. The park has to be moved for the simple reason. No, it's not because it's not safe. It's because it creates water ingress down below to the car park because it was not done properly initially. And we're putting right what was wrong. Don't want to get to the... Anyway, so the park is going to be moved where the honourable member says, and we are in the process of doing that. But the honourable member will explain more about the solar panels, but I can confirm that the park will be placed down below, yes, for that reason.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for contributing that explanation. Yes, the panels will not be there forever. As I say, it is a private company that owns them, but this is in relation to a power purchase agreement. So the panels belong to them. When they are installed, the government or the electricity authority will purchase the power, as has happened the case, for example, in Europa Business Centre, which is currently producing solar power successfully. There have been a number of delays due to technical issues, but I am informed, because I wanted to have the information before answering this question, that these are now resolved and that the work on placing the panels is imminent. Therefore, hopefully, they will not be there in order to conflict with the playground, as my honourable friend has explained.
Mr. Speaker, can he say, if he hasn't already, and I don't think he has, which company owns the panels? And secondly, where is it intended to install? I imagine it's in the estate, but he hasn't clarified the position.
I hesitate to give the name of the company that I have in front of me, because the honourable member is going to ask me for the name, like he did earlier. But I'd rather just double check and let him know. These panels will go on the roof of the estate. Yeah.
He's more than welcome to provide me the information that he has, and then he can back it up with further details if required.
The name I have in my notes here is Park Solar 1.
Question number 86 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can the government update the House on the progress of the development of plans for proposed dog parks and their works and locations?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the government was looking at options for dog parks when the pandemic hit. We have as yet not revisited these, but hope to do so in the near future. Dog parks, Mr. Speaker, are important, but providing them comes at a cost. And as a result, although we continue committed to the provision of the planned dog parks, other areas of public finance must take priority.
Mr. Speaker, that's understood, of course, from members on this side. I was just asking, does it remain the intention of the government within the life of the Parliament to try to progress those ideas?
Mr. Speaker, it remains the intention, yes, sir, but qualified by what I've just said.
Question number 168 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state why Gibraltar was left without air traffic control support on Sunday the 24th of April 2022, and why no contingencies were in place to respond to this situation?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar does not provide air traffic control services at Gibraltar Airport. These services are provided by the UK Ministry of Defence, who contract NATS Limited through Aquila Air Traffic Management Services to meet the requirement. The government is therefore not formally answerable in this House for any matters relating to air traffic control, as this is not our area of ministerial responsibility.
Mr. Speaker, I think everyone in this House appreciates the answer provided by the Honourable Chief Minister, but I think it is a matter of public interest that visitors to our shores and residents returning back to Gibraltar who have difficulties in landing, and the excuse that is provided, or the reason that's been provided, that is in relation to a lack of air traffic support, that it's incumbent on the government to reassure the public that that insofar as civil aviation is concerned and commercial airlines coming to our jurisdiction are not affected by these difficulties. Whilst I understand that it's not within the government's remit, it would be helpful if the government could reassure the public at least that these difficulties won't happen again, that there are contingencies outside the control of the government that assist in this matter moving forward.
Mr. Speaker, there is a boring issue of procedure in play, and that is that this is question time. The Honourable Gentleman has not brought a motion about this subject, and perhaps he wouldn't want to because he didn't feel it was an issue that should be dealt with in that way. But there were press releases on the subject, I think from his colleague, Mr. Bossino, which were answered by the government. I fully recognise that this is a matter of public interest, but this is not question time about matters of public interest. This is question time about matters which are the ministerial responsibility of the government. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have information which the government garnered about that incident because, of course, the government is very concerned about it and wanted to ensure that the MOD is doing everything possible to ensure for itself that the provision of air traffic control services was uninterrupted in the hours of the commercial operation of the airfield. Of course, Mr. Speaker, and I can share with the House the information that I have, which is, I think, not too dissimilar with the information that was shared publicly already about the events of the 24th of April. But I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we recognise, for the purposes of giving business efficacy to the way that we do work in this House, that at question time, the government answers questions about the things that we are ministerially responsible for. And formally, Mr. Speaker, we don't have ministerial responsibility for the provision of air traffic control services. We have an agreement with the Ministry of Defence, Mr. Speaker, for the operation of the airfield, and we expect under that service level agreement with the MOD that they provide this service. And I think the MOD were very candid and very open, at least they were with us, Mr. Speaker, that they felt very let down by the circumstances of that day, and that they are putting in place arrangements with their provider to ensure that this does not happen again. It's the least that we would expect. It's what this community would expect. It's what this community would expect the government to be doing to follow up in this instance, in an area which is not an area of ministerial responsibility, but which is an area of public interest. I'm just concerned, Mr. Speaker, that in terms of questions, we have to be careful that I'm not pretending that we've taken on a new area of ministerial responsibility because we haven't, and we don't provide air traffic control services. Yes, of course.
Mr. Speaker, I just address this point, just to clarify, because the way we see it, perhaps, I mean, we can disagree on it, but the way we see it, members opposite, in particular the Chief Minister, is responsible for civil aviation. I believe he's got that responsibility. Well, so one of his ministers is responsible for civil aviation. I can't remember which one it is. This is a question put to the government, qua its responsibility for civil aviation, as to whether they have information that they can provide to the opposition and to the public. And it's no more than that. We're not trying to get into a spat with the honourable member opposite as to who manages the airfield. We accept what he has said at the beginning, but we do think it's a proper question to put, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, we do think it's a proper question to put in terms of the responsibilities that members have opposite for civil aviation to garner that information and indeed to share it with the public and the members on this side of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's clarification. And I wasn't challenging that it was a proper question or not. If I had felt it was not a proper question, I would have asked Mr. Speaker to rule it out of order, and I would not have provided the question. I was at pains to point out that what I'm saying is that we're not acquiring ministerial responsibility for air traffic control by giving the answer with the information that we have provided, which was not, Mr. Speaker, an answer to a question that sought information, as the honourable gentleman has suggested in his intervention when I gave way, because the question actually asked us why Gibraltar was left without air traffic control support and why no contingencies were in place to respond. So the honourable gentleman will forgive me for thinking that it was a question that appeared to seek to assign responsibility on the government side for this, and for that reason I gave the answer in the way that I've given it. But I think that there is broad agreement across the floor of the House, given what the honourable gentleman has said. Mr. Speaker, the other information that I have is that as a result of the events of the day in question, one aircraft was delayed by 37 minutes and the second aircraft was delayed by 6 minutes. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that the issue that arose as a result of illness, and therefore in every organisation, however well prepared, this could happen, of course, at any time. The contingencies have been strengthened so that even in genuine cases such as illness, this should not happen again.
Next question.
Question number 169 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state why customs officers at the land frontier with Spain are not provided with masks to mitigate the effects of inhalation of harmful exhaust fumes from vehicles?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the use of face masks by HM customs officers is not mandatory. However, their use is not discouraged and can be worn at the officer's discretion.
Just one further question, Mr. Speaker. Has the government received representations from the customs officers or indeed their particular union in relation to face mask usage? My understanding it is an issue with them, given the fact that they are obviously working with vehicle all day, and it's quite clearly a health hazard for them. And I just wanted to know whether they'd received formal representations or informal representations about the provision of certain face masks beyond that discretionary point that he made before in terms of their use.
Mr. Speaker, I recall a discussion about this, but I seem to recall it was here rather than anywhere else. It's not something that has ever been put to me in the many discussions I've had with customs officers in the time I've been in government, although it may be that before I was in government it was also discussed with me. Masks have changed in the perception of the public in the past 24 months, haven't they? My position has always been, as set out, that we would have no difficulty with an officer wearing a mask if they wished to. And indeed, these days, Mr. Speaker, we have, in respect of masks, excess of them, so that fighting not just the appetite, but also the smoke may sicken and so die. And so anybody who wants masks for this purpose, the government would supply the usual masks, and we would have no objection to them being provided. And I think we have been through this either in this House or elsewhere before. As it is, Mr. Speaker, arrangements there, if we come back with a successful treaty, may change.
Question number 170 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state the value of tobacco to include cigarettes that has been confiscated by law enforcement authorities in the last 3 years?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with question 171.
Question 171 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state of that tobacco confiscated whether it's been subjected to a destruction type order by the courts?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the value of confiscated tobacco, inclusive of cigarettes, in the last 3 years is £1,331,348 exactly. All the confiscated tobacco has been destroyed. Destruction orders are not used by the courts. Destruction orders are used by the courts for confiscated tobacco, I believe is the answer.
Next question.
Question number 172 of 2022. The Hon. E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state how it intends to monitor the East Side project and the impact the development will have on the natural and marine environment of the surrounding area, most notably Gibraltar?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the environmental impact assessment for this project requires that the principal contractor, once appointed, produces a robust and comprehensive construction environmental management plan ahead of works. That's known as a KEMP. The KEMP will need to be reviewed and approved by Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar. The purpose of the KEMP is to provide a plan that outlines all required mitigation and control measures to ensure that the development has no adverse environmental impacts. The following outlines some of the requirements that will be included as part of the KEMP plan. Soil chemical analysis, chemical and microbiological analysis of the surrounding marine environment, control measures to ensure encapsulation of accidental spillages and reduction of turbidity in the surrounding marine environment, dust and air quality control, including dust suppression, noise and vibration control, control of light spillage, control of HGVs and traffic management, quality control of all plant and machinery. The intention of the KEMP is to provide a live document whereby control measures can be added or amended as required as works to the development progress. In addition to the KEMP, both the Environmental Agency and the Department of the Environment will frequently monitor covering all potential environmental impacts and works closely with the developer and contractor to ensure not only that the environment is safeguarded, but that there is an overall improvement in the area.
One further question. Does that also involve consultation with residents' representative association in the area? There's been a number of representations made to me about the impact on Gibraltar particularly, and I just wondered whether the stakeholders and residents of the area will be involved in that process.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the short answer is yes, but there is another question on the order paper that deals exactly with that. I don't know whether honourable members actually discuss amongst themselves what questions they're going to put, but there is an exact question on the order paper about that. But I'll give him the short and straight answer, which is yes.
Question number 173 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Speaker, can the government state why there is recognisable increase in floating pollution in the harbour near Victoria Quays?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
I will answer with 174, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 174 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm how it monitors the cleaning of rubble at Victoria Quays reclamation site?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Coaling Island reclamation is enclosed with silt curtains which contain sediment plumes and prevent the dispersal of any floating debris. Unfortunately, the major storm of the 4th of April 2022 caused severe damage to the silt curtain setup, particularly the seal between the silt curtain and the wharf wall. This has invariably led to the release of some floating debris. The rubble that is being extracted from the East Side site undergoes a number of processes before it is deposited at Coaling Island, including mechanical and manual cleaning at the East Side to remove any unsuitable material such as wood, metals, plastics, and so forth. Once the rubble is cleaned, it is mechanically processed to achieve the required geotechnical fill specification and then transported to Coaling Island, where it is subjected to further manual cleaning before being deposited in the water.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to question 173, can the Chief Minister confirm that the silt curtain issues that have arisen as a result of the major storm have now been remedied?
Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, repairs are underway, and as a result, because of the very severe damage, there can be still some escape, which is kept to a minimum.
Question number 175 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise what progress has been made in respect to the expressions of interest for the Rook site?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government continues in discussion with the same preferred bidder.
Mr. Speaker, I may ask the Chief Minister, the same preferred bidder would, if my memory is correct, be this consortium that he made reference to last time.
Well, given that I said last time that was the preferred bidder, and I've said the same bidder is the person that we're talking to, logically, the answer to that question can only be yes.
Question number 107.
Hold it a second.
And is there any indication as to when there might be some form of agreement on the sites from the consortium that's expressed an interest? I mean, how long does he expect the process to go on? If I recall correctly, I think last time the original expression fell through and he had to put out to tender again. Is he confident that this will result in an agreement?
Well, Mr. Speaker, to set out any timetable is to stymie the government's negotiating hand. To give any indication of optimism or of pessimism would be to perhaps send a signal to the bidder which might be contrary to the government's negotiating interests. And given that in respect of this site, he gave me very clear advice some years ago not to make any announcement until the ink was dry on the paper, I am going to follow his advice and say nothing more until the ink is dry on the paper.
Next question.
Question number 176 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if it thinks it is acceptable that the last report of the Principal Auditor tabled in this House was for the year ended 31st of March 2016?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member is aware, the Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar is committed to presenting all parliamentary reports to this House in a timely manner. However, as he is also aware, we have all been engaged in the global pandemic, which, as he knows, has had a huge effect on the community as a whole. Additionally, since 2016, we've been dealing with the United Kingdom's exit from the European Union. This has delayed the supplementary appropriation bills for some years, and that consequently has delayed the auditor's reports. Given how assiduously the Honourable Gentleman follows these reports, and that he is keen to ensure he has these more timelessly, I'm sure we will be able to ensure that there are no further delays in the tabling of such reports. The Principal Auditor is finalising the audit of the 16-17 and 17-18 public accounts of Gibraltar, and these will be tabled in Parliament as soon as possible after they are complete.
Next question.
Question number 177 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise how many berths have been sold at the Small Boats Marina up to 31st of March 2022, and how much money has been raised?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no berths have been yet sold in the Mid-Harbour Small Boats Marina up to the 31st of March 2020, and no money has yet been raised.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Chief Minister for the answer. Given that this was announced in his budget address last year, is there anything that he intends, or the government intends to do in respect to the situation? Are they going to withdraw the berths from sale, or are they going to take some other measures to make the purchase of these berths more attractive to people or not, as the case may be?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman does jump to conclusions. I have told him that we have made no sales and that we have had no income yet. I haven't told him that we've had no interest. We've had considerable interest. What we're doing is, because we are a small administration and we've been a little busy, what we're doing is trying to devise the right way to create the interest, not in land, but in the berth, in a way that is the right way to convey that interest upon sale. That has not been something we have been able to resolve yet. We're taking advice from our property advisors, and when we resolve that, we'll start the process of sale. But this is not a situation, as he has suggested in his supplementary question, of people not being interested in the purchase, which we would have to make more attractive in some way.
So, Mr. Speaker, can I ask how many people have indicated to the government that they would like to prospectively, what's the word, purchase the berth, I suppose, subject to obviously the legalities of the water rights, presumably, and granting them suitable licenses, etc. How many of how many are there, and how many people have expressed an interest in respect of how many berths?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman will know from his training that he's put his finger on it. He's talked about the rights on the water and he's talked about licenses, when what we're trying to do is to sell something more substantial than a license. And this goes beyond a riparian right, because of course we're not granting riparian rights because we don't want anyone to be able to build on a berth or reclaim on a berth, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, I can't give him the answer because I haven't got it here because it doesn't arise from the question.
Next question.
Question number 178 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if the Haven building has been sold by Gib Telecom, and if so, for what amount and to whom?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when Gib Telecom sells that building, that I understand its sale is, it is presently negotiating, it will no doubt make an announcement.
Question number 179 of 2022.
Honourable Roy Clinton wants to ask a supplementary.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. So the Haven building's obviously being negotiated. The way the Chief Minister expressed it, negotiated, would I be correct in interpreting as there is actually a sale process ongoing as we speak, or is it that, as per the annual report, that it's held for sale and you are looking for prospective purchasers, or do you actually are you in the middle of negotiations with a purchaser?
Mr. Speaker, the practice has been established under successive governments of Gibraltar. In particular, after the incorporation of Gib Telecom, they were the ones who've been in government the longest. That information is provided here and tabled here in respect of Gib Telecom, but that the day-to-day management of Gib Telecom is not something on which the chairman of Gib Telecom, who is inevitably a minister, answers questions in this House. But I've tried to give the Honourable Gentleman all of the information that he has sought in his supplementary in my first answer, because I've told him that the sale is presently being negotiated. In other words, the supplementary that he asks is already answered in my first answer. And I've also said that if the sale is agreed, Gib Telecom will no doubt make an announcement. Mr. Speaker, I think everything he wants to know is what I've already said.
Next question.
Question number 179 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if it has commissioned and received a report in respect of the financial affairs of Gibraltar Joinery and Building Services Limited, and if so, what were its conclusions?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government has a number of companies under its ownership and control. As shareholder, the government is keen to ensure that the interests of the taxpayer are protected by verifying that all these companies are operating in the manner that is most efficient and resilient to insulate the taxpayer to the fullest extent possible. In light of this, all companies are subjected to regular assessments of their performance. These assessments can sometimes be carried out on a desktop basis. They sometimes involve meetings with those at the coalface, however. On other occasions, they require us to delve a little deeper and make adjustments to how functions and operations are carried out. These ongoing assessments are carried out on a regular basis in respect of all companies. It is right that they should be carried out, and JBS is no different. A review was commissioned by government through the Office of the Financial Secretary and its representative corporate director into the best way for GJBS to address and progress from the effect in the period of the pandemic and the exchange rate drop arising from Brexit. That report has now been received. Indeed, the review into JBS shows it is no different to most companies in the Gibraltar market and indeed the wider world, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 2 years, they have faced the COVID pandemic with the impact this has had for construction. Additionally, the pandemic caught them at a time when they had suffered some losses arising from exchange rate fluctuations that surrounded the various Brexit cliff edges that we went through. In terms of construction cycle, JBS now finds itself also at a time where there is limited construction work. In addition, it is also facing issues of increasing costs and inflation. The situation will not persist indefinitely. It is therefore right, in this case, to delve further, to review the activities of this company very carefully to ensure that it is operating in a manner that is resilient and efficient going forward, such that it is fighting fit to meet the new challenges to come. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, GJBS, like most entities, is facing the same challenges of reset, restart, and recover. The conclusions of the report are wide-ranging. They have led to a series of changes in the structure of the management and the operation of GJBS. Some of these changes have been implemented, and others are in the process of being implemented. GJBS is a business that has grown both organically and haphazardly. It has had to react out of necessity and step in where other contractors have failed, as was the case with the Bayview and Cumberland projects when OEM and Haymills collapsed. As part of this process, we have embarked on a process of seeking a new managing director. I need to advise Parliament that Mr. Michael Estella, who has been the company's managing director and under whose leadership many of Gibraltar's key projects have been delivered, has announced his retirement, which is effective from the 30th of June 2022. Michael has provided Gibraltar with 37 years of service in JBS, and he is widely recognized as having been the rock upon which the foundations of GJBS have been built. Mr. Estella has served 3 administrations of the government of Gibraltar, without permitting his transparent party political allegiance to interfere with his duties to the company and professional loyalty to the government as its shareholder. Michael Estella has been on every building site at all hours to ensure quality control and timely completion of projects. I extend to him the gratitude of the people of Gibraltar for the hugely important work he has undertaken for the governments that he has served, and I am sure that my 2 predecessors, Sir Peter and Sir Joe, will join me in the praise I have set out. Interviews for a new managing director of GJBS have already been held. I expect that an announcement on whose appointment has been recommended by the interview board will be made in coming weeks to ensure that there will be a seamless transition from the current managing director to the new managing director. GJBS has an exemplary workforce, Mr. Speaker, who are incredibly hardworking and competent. The projects that they have successfully completed speak for themselves and are simply too many to mention. The government is committed to drawing on its own commercial experience, in addition to the recommendations made in the review, to structure GJBS and secure its continued success into the future for the benefit of the people of Gibraltar, with shareholders and its workforce. This new structure will also heed some of the recommendations that have been received directly by government from its consultation with GJBS staff.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Chief Minister for his comprehensive report on GJBS. If I may ask, Mr. Speaker, can he advise who undertook the report?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't one person, so I can't advise him of a name.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's quite a simple question. Was it an individual or a professional body, a firm, or was it a committee? I mean, how was this report undertaken?
Well, it was undertaken by the Office of the Financial Secretary, Mr. Speaker, so all of the people in the Office of the Financial Secretary who assist the Financial Secretary have been involved in assisting him in this respect. It wasn't undertaken by a particular entity charged with undertaking it, as I understand it, at least.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the Office of the Financial Secretary, presumably there are identifiable people. I'm not sure if the honourable member has that information with him. Perhaps he can find out and then let us know. On the issue of the management structure, so he mentions the retirement of the managing director. Are there going to be other management changes envisaged, likely? In relation to his replacement, the Chief Minister indicated that interviews have been held. I haven't seen any sort of advert out, so I assume it's a sort of internal process. Is it likely that it is someone drawn from the company or from wider public service? I mean, I'm not sure if the Chief Minister knows who exactly has been interviewed, but perhaps he can share with us the kind of profile of the likely replacement managing director. And then in terms of going forward, other than managerial recommendations, are there specific financial recommendations as to the operation of the company going forward that he can share in a bit more detail with us?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the names of the people in the Office of the Financial Secretary who did the work, I mean, I don't think that that is something that the government would think is relevant in any way. I mean, if he wants me to find out and call him, and I can tell me whether it was Peter or Jane or Richard or Judy, and I don't know whether he'll have more confidence in Peter or Jane or Richard or Judy than Albert or Fabian. But I mean, I'm happy to try and find out and tell him. But he knows that we don't like to share the names of civil servants across the floor of the House. We don't think that's fair. And if there isn't any other entity that I don't have in my mind that was involved, I'm quite happy to tell the Honourable Mr. Clinton and him, if I haven't been able to provide the answer. People should know, Mr. Speaker, that despite the pugilistic style sometimes of Parliament, we do have a WhatsApp group where we share information once in a while, and I'm happily put it there, which is, I suppose, the modern digital equivalent of behind the Speaker's chair is in the WhatsApp group, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the advertisement of the vacancy, as I understand it from memory, Mr. Speaker, the vacancy was advertised. I believe it was advertised in the company because the profile of people that are being sought are the sort of people who have the skills that the management team in the company have. And so the answer to his questions is linked, because if there is a promotion, if there is a recommendation that somebody who applied from within the company should be promoted, then there will have to be other changes throughout the chain of the structure of management at GJBS. I think there have been three senior retirements at JBS now, with Michael's departure, which has seen the three most senior members retire through age-related reasons, nothing else, lest anybody suggest that the review might have led to those retirements. They haven't. They've been age-related retirements. Therefore, there may be a need, and there may be a recommendation that comes that with the appointment of a new management director, there should also be other changes. But to a very great extent, that would be something that the government would look to receive the advice of the new managing director of, as in the way that he or she would see the future of the entity. I think, Mr. Speaker, I've dealt with all of his questions. Are there other recommendations? Of course, Mr. Speaker, in everything that we look at, especially when the financial services, when the Financial Secretary's office is the one leading any review, we're going to be looking at robust financial management, which, however good, can always be improved. We're going to be looking at having better structures for the management of payments as the government's own payment systems evolve and procurement systems evolve. We would like to see the company's procurement and payment systems evolve so that we have a more current and better picture of liabilities and of debts due to the company as well, which is the important way of having a full picture of a company's fortunes. We'll want to see human resources, evolving so that we make the best of the people that we have in GJBS. I've said in my first answer, we believe we have an excellent and very competent workforce there. I've only had one reflection in respect of the interviews. I haven't had any advice yet, but I was told that one individual had made a suggestion that JBS could do even more in terms of the provision of support for the university in respect of some areas of expertise that GJBS has in engineering, etc., etc. So there are many ideas there. I think that the next 30 years of GJBS will be even brighter, even stronger, no doubt under successive administrations. As the political pendulum swings, they will have their fortunes bloom and favour under any complexion of the future governments of Gibraltar. And I'm very excited both to bid a very fond and positive farewell to Michael for the work that he has done, and to welcome whoever is recommended to be the new managing director and the workforce that will flourish under him or her.
And can I just ask also, I mean, the Chief Minister in his original answer spoke about, I think, exchange rate issues that the company had and so on, which had been part of the review. As a result of that review, did the review come to any conclusions as to any specific financial losses that the company suffered as a result of whatever the review was looking at? And if so, what were they and to what extent?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any information about any such conclusions here with me today, but I do recall that we've had discussions about this in the past when we've discussed the fortunes of JBS, and there was a period, of course, through which JBS was trading, and every other company in Gibraltar, where the euro to the pound rate went, as he knows, through the floor, and I think it caught every construction company out in that period, but I don't have the information here.
I mean, if I recall that discussion, if it's relevant to this part, if I recall that discussion, we were talking about sums in the millions, I think. I won't... all right, yes. I mean, my honourable colleague has just passed me an extract from Hansard of 2021, which talks about an advance of around 23 million. I'm not sure if that helps the Chief Minister, if those are the exchange rate issues he's talking about, which were also discussed as part of this review, or we're talking about something different. Does he recall from his, he may not have the full report with him, but does he recall from the full report whether it's that kind of sum or a different sum?
No, Mr. Speaker, again, he mustn't jump to conclusions, as he did last time when we had this question. He then went on to say in his budget speech a month later that we had bailed out GJBS in the sum of 23 million, which was not the case. Mr. Speaker, in the course of that discussion, I told him that one of the things that had affected, well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell him in his budget speech, if he wants to look at Hansard for the 21st of July 2021 at page 12, line 480, although he said from a sedentary position, I'm sure I didn't say that, I'm sure I didn't say GJBS had been bailed out, he said, we have seen JBS bailed out with 23 million. Well, Mr. Speaker, we hadn't bailed GJBS out with 23 million. That was the issue that they had on their balance sheet. And what I told them, Mr. Speaker, was that one of the elements that related to the issues that JBS was having was the collapse of the pound sterling against the euro. You'll find that at page 24, line 960 of the May 2021 Hansard that he's referring to. So it's not 23 million by any stretch of the imagination. It is an element of the issues that afflicted JBS at that time in that period that the euro exchange rate was affecting them as it affected every other construction company in Gibraltar.
Next question.
Question number 180 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government provide a list of all companies owned by it, all the Gibraltar Development Corporation and associated subsidiaries, for which the filing of accounts is overdue at Companies House as at the 31st of March 2022?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with 181.
Question number 181 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government provide a list of all companies owned by it or the Gibraltar Development Corporation and associated subsidiaries which have not been audited since incorporation to the 31st of March 2022?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know they're chatting amongst themselves, but they should listen. They're going to enjoy this. Mr. Speaker, the government owns 59 companies directly or via the GDC. When we took over, all that were then incorporated were overdue their accounts. At the moment, 21 are already up to date, 26 are overdue, and 12 have not had any audit since incorporation. The information requested by the Honourable Gentleman in question 180 is provided in the schedule I now hand over to him. They're now getting the handout, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in relation to question 181, the companies which have not been audited since incorporation, as at the 31st of March 2022, are in the second schedule I now pass to him. Mr. Speaker, that really concludes my answer to his question, I suppose. But additionally, Mr. Speaker, I now pass to him a third schedule of a type which could never have existed in their time, namely a list of companies which are already up to date with their filings at Companies House. I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman will be delighted.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Chief Minister for the various schedules he has handed over.
Thank you.
And I would note that, and to give credit where credit is due, that compared to the position as at December 2019, where there were 31 companies which had filings overdue, we're now down to 26, which is obviously an improvement, but not a complete solution, but perhaps a movement in the right direction. In respect to the companies that have never been audited, can the Chief Minister comment as to why that would be the case? I mean, there are some entities here, for example, and I think I've had this discussion with the Father House before, Gibraltar National Mint, and we even have Gibraltar Air Terminal Limited. I mean, should these not at least have an audit?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree. They should have had an audit. And what he will be very happy to hear is that one of the things that we did when we were first elected was to start the process of getting these companies' books into a fit state. Now, I don't want to be exceedingly partisan, but he does need to understand that there are certain dates which are relevant here. The companies, the government companies, the GDC companies, which existed as at May 1996, all had their corporate books in order as at May 1996. after May 1996, a legal requirement is transposed into law, coming back to yesterday's discussion about European conventions, about transposition, implementation, etc. The transposition into law of that arises from a European directive. The European directive says every company must file its accounts. So after 1996, the GSD government, by bringing into effect a European directive, make it a legal requirement that companies should file their accounts and fine any company that fails to file its accounts. And yet, they did not file the company accounts for the government companies. And there were more government companies after 96. So what we find when we're elected in 2011 is not that the companies have failed to file accounts and we simply file the accounts which are ready to be filed. It's that the companies have not had their accounts prepared, in some instances from 96, 97. And so the exercise is an exercise of reconstruction. There are some companies, Mr. Speaker, that are incorporated after 2011, which have not yet had that exercise completed, but that is on the way to being done and being totally completed. And those entities which were incorporated before 2011, which have not had their accounts since incorporation, or have not had their accounts since 1996, in some instances have already had them, or in other instances are about to have them. This is not an easy process, as the Honourable Gentleman knows, because to reconstruct the accounts of a company, going back to 1998, is extraordinarily difficult, and it's costing the government a lot of money. But it must be done because it's a legal requirement. And even if it's going to take us a decade, as it is taking us, Mr. Speaker, I am committed that we will have completed the exercise of ensuring that all of the government's companies will have their accounts properly filed, they will have been properly audited, and he and I, although there is, of course, because of the dates that I'm referring to, there is a party political point, it's inevitable, but he and I agree that a company must comply with the law, it must have its accounts, it must have its audits where appropriate, and it must have those audits and accounts filed, Mr. Speaker. And although he gives me faint praise, it's only 5 that we have improved on, because he's asked for up-to-date. A lot of the others are now almost up-to-date, and I do anticipate that that number 26 will be reduced greatly, very soon, and that we will soon get where we both want to get, which is that the third schedule, which is the one that he didn't ask me, will be the schedule which will have all of the government's companies on it, and then the discipline should continue under, again, successive administrations. I have no doubt that the political pendulum swings, etc., and that we should never once again fall into the trap where we fail to see a government keep its company accounts in order, keep its company audits in order, and file the accounts for the companies as the government requires every other entity to do that is a shareholder of a company in our jurisdiction.
Mr. Speaker, I think on that point, I think we agree across the House, for once. Mr. Speaker, in terms of his characterization of these companies and going back to 1996, I have to point out to him that, as he has already recognized, there are some entities that were incorporated here after 2011. I mean, is he still going to use the characterization of having to reconstruct accounts for entities such like the National Mint, which was created under his government? I mean, surely not. So what would he say is the reason for companies such as National Mint not being audited since incorporation? This is a company his government created.
Well, Mr. Speaker, sometimes companies are created and they have no activity, in which case it's very easy to do an account, etc. And in some instances, they have a lot of activity, and we have failed, like they failed, to have the accounts prepared timelessly. And that's why I'm telling him, Mr. Speaker, that there is a commitment to ensure that those are put in place. But it's not as if I've suggested that all of the companies that are not up to date and haven't been audited are all the ones incorporated in their time. I've set out in my answer that there are some in our time also, but that we're very close to finalizing that. But Mr. Speaker, the thing is that it's remarkable to think about. I mean, we've how long have we been around, Mr. Speaker? But 25 years ago, they went to an election, with the honourable gentleman looking particularly young, saying that they were going to publish the company accounts. They were in government for a decade and a half, and they didn't publish the company accounts, Mr. Speaker. Well, we have published a lot of the company accounts. We had 59, we've got 26 that aren't there yet. We're getting there, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to give effect to our commitment to ensure that the accounts are filed, and we're going to give effect to their commitment that the government company accounts be filed, even though after a decade and a half in government, they didn't give effect to that commitment. So, Mr. Speaker, we should all, I think on this one, seek to find the thread of agreement in what we're doing. And on this, Mr. Speaker, he rightly clock watches the government because this is an external legal requirement. It's a requirement of the law of Gibraltar. And we're putting it right, and I'm very proud of the fact that we're putting it right. He mustn't underestimate how many hours are going into putting this right and the effort that is required to put it right, in particular when it relates to another administration, because obviously, at least in the life of an administration, decision makers are still around, you can still contact them, etc. In the context of a company that was trading in 1997 and 1998, I mean, at some stage we might have to call up the honourable gentleman who's now the leader of the opposition and ask him, what his travel expenses were about if they were charged through a company, because we are literally having to reconstruct stuff, Mr. Speaker. But I think a good news story for all of us that the government of Gibraltar is putting its company house in order. We have been doing so for some time. I've given this information periodically when the honourable gentleman has asked. The direction of travel, he will agree, is the right one. He will tell me it's not fast enough. And if he tells me it's not fast enough, I will reply with saying, well, look, at least in 10 years, we've got more or less there. In 15 years, the party that you represent didn't get there. I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable gentleman had been in government between 1996 and 2011, this would not have happened, because this is an issue that with him sitting around the cabinet table would not have happened. We have a lot of lawyers sitting around the cabinet table, Mr. Speaker. We talk a lot, we count a little less. That this is being put right, and I think that is the good news story for all of us.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, some minutes ago the honourable member accused me of having said that as part of my budget speech, I had said that the JBS had been bailed out by 23 million, and I said from a sedentary position that I could not recall that I said that, and he insisted that I did and directed me to an extract. Well, I have the extract on my phone, and if you scroll up the page, you will see that it was another honourable member who said it and not I. I want to give the Honourable Chief Minister an opportunity to correct the record. I have Hansard on my phone.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is referring me to a matter of public record. And so the thing that I have is this extract, which has been provided to me, which is that page which I've told him about, which says Asobaldi Budget 2021. If he tells me that that is not Asobaldi Budget 2021, I'm happy to correct the record. Can you tell me who the speaker was so I can check?
Let's be clear. The page does not have Asobaldi Budget 21 on it. It has a date, and it has Gibraltar Parliament, Wednesday, the 21st of July, 2021. He has asserted in this house that it was me. I'm telling him that if you scroll up, it wasn't me, and I'm giving him the opportunity to correct the record. It was another member on this side of the house, but he has assured the people of Gibraltar it was me. I'm now telling him it's not true, so he should check his facts and not be so enthusiastic about the stuff that he spurns out for the people of Gibraltar that is plainly untrue.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman seems not to have heard me in his enthusiasm to win a minor factual point. I've told him, as he can see, that I have been given the extract with the words Asobaldi Budget written on it. He can see that, Mr. Speaker, because I'm holding it up, and he can see that the words Asobaldi Budget are written in blue ink. That is to say, they've been written in by somebody for me. So what I said was, Mr. Speaker, in case he didn't hear me, in case his enthusiasm is so effervescent inside his brain that it didn't allow him to hear the speaker, if he assures me that it wasn't him, and he simply tells me who the other speaker was, I will check and confirm that he is right and I am wrong. That is all I'm asking, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, It's quite basic, actually. And let's not point, let the Chief Minister not point to civil servants who have scrolled my name at the top of a piece of paper. He's the one who's supposed to do his homework. He's the one who comes to this house. He's the one who assures the people of Gibraltar, because he thought it was a political point that he was making, that it was me, because he thought it was a put down. It wasn't, in fact, me, and he should correct the records.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman knows me well enough to know that of all the people he has come across in this House, the one least likely to try and deflect a bullet and try and make it hit an innocent civil servant is me. It was the former Chief Minister who used to blame those who would be preparing him for anything that might go wrong and take the credit for anything that might go right. He might recall that, Mr. Speaker, because he used to sit next to the former Chief Minister before taking it against him and leading another party. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. It's very simple. Well, Mr. Speaker, because I was doing the thing that he says that I should do, which is be honest with him, which is what I always try and do. Why did I tell him that? Because I was given this page and it had his name on it. And I rely on the people who assist me, Mr. Speaker, because I do my homework, Mr. Speaker, but I do it to the extent that time allows. In other words, coming here to answer his questions is not necessarily the thing that is going to take up most of my time. I've now checked, Mr. Speaker. The person who made the statement that I attributed to him is the man that he entrusts with the public finances of Gibraltar, the shadow member for public finances, Mr. Clinton, not him, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to correct the record and say that it was the GSD, if not him, who had said that we had bailed out GJBS in the sum of £23 million, which was not correct. So, Mr. Speaker, can we now get on with it?
Seeking was a point of order so that the honourable member corrects the record. He's done it in a sour way. He's chosen to do it in a sour way instead of actually being man enough to say, I made a mistake, mistakes are human and fair enough.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thought I had done it. In the most magnanimous way possible, which was to accept that I was wrong, to try and move on, but to reflect who it was. Because it must have been obvious to you as it was to me, Mr. Speaker, that the Honourable Gentleman didn't want to tell me who it was that had made the statement. He simply wanted to make the assertion that it wasn't him. Look, Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Gentleman simply wants to be the macavity of Gibraltar politics, showing that it's not just not him and he's not there, that's fine. That's fine. People in Gibraltar, I think, respect those who take responsibility. I take responsibility for the things that I say in this House. And, Mr. Speaker, I take responsibility for the things that go wrong in Gibraltar. The things that go right are to the credit of those who have done them. The things that go wrong are my responsibility. The buck stops with me. He's heard me say it on television. He's not going to find me cowering out of anything, whether it's the debt or the deficit, like he is doing now, despite having agreed that we should do all the beat measures.
Right. Next question.
Question number 182 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if Eureka Investments Limited has drawn upon the subordinated liquidity facility made available to it, and if so, when and in what amounts?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government is unable to answer the question, as Eureka Investments Limited is a privately owned company held by investors in Gibraltar. Mr. Speaker, the House will nonetheless wish to note that the accounts for the year ending 31st of March 2020 for that company are filed at Companies House.
Mr. Speaker, yes, but the facility was, I think, between Gibraltar Properties Limited, which is a government-owned, directly or indirectly company, and Eureka Investments Limited. So surely the government would know if the facility had been drawn upon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question is specific. If Eureka Investments Limited has drawn down upon that subordinated liquidity facility, it's asking the government, Mr. Speaker. The government is not the proprietor of Eureka Investments Limited.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we know that, but the other side to the party, or the other side to the transaction, is a government-owned, directly or indirectly, company. So the government would know, or should know, if a call has been made upon that facility.
Mr. Speaker, the government is accountable in this House for the actions of the assets it controls, and we don't control Aruka Investments Limited.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all understand that. The question I am asking is the other party to the transaction. There is a facility arrangement, subordinated liquidity facility, which Aruka has the benefit of. The other side to that transaction is a government-owned, directly, indirectly entity. All I'm asking this question is, has that facility been drawn upon? You must know, having the control of the other side to the transaction, whether that has happened or not. I'm not asking about Aruka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question is about Aruka.
Mr. Speaker, there are two parties to this subordinated liquidity facility, one of which is Aruka, and the other side is a government entity owned or controlled directly or indirectly. Is the Chief Minister telling us that he has no idea whether this facility has been drawn upon? It's as simple as that.
No, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Minister is saying that the question as drafted we consider to be a question about an entity that we do not control, Mr. Speaker, and therefore the government cannot be drawn to answer questions about an entity that it doesn't control in this form. I'm sorry to say it, Mr. Speaker, but this is not for a lack of transparency, this is not for a lack of accountability as they will pretend. It's just that they ask us about a company that we don't control, and they ask us in the context of that company to make a statement. I've directed them to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the accounts of that company have been filed because they've been provided to me. They're at company's house in case he hasn't seen that they are filed for the period which I've referred to the House. But I am advised, Mr. Speaker, that the government cannot answer the question as drafted because we are not the controllers of that company.
The Chief Minister, the Honourable Chief Minister has given an answer. It may not be the answer that perhaps the Honourable Gentleman is expecting or hoping, but I will allow the Leader of the Opposition one final question.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, the question actually as drafted, sorry, do I have the question as drafted says, can the government advise if Aruka Investments Limited has drawn up upon the subordinated liquidity facility? The subordinated liquidity facility is made with a company controlled by the government. So really what this is saying is, can the government confirm if the government company has given Aruka the money? That's really what this says, and everybody understands that. So can the government say whether the government company has given Aruka the money, yes or no? The Chief Minister is refusing to say, or it's not happened?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is not the question that is on the order paper, and that is not the question that I have been asked to answer. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to answer the question if he puts it like that next time.
Words. He's playing on words. It's
I think both members are maybe playing with words. So the Chief Minister, the Honourable Chief Minister said that if you put a question at the next meeting of the House, he will be able to answer the direct question with a direct answer.
Mr. Speaker, we are happy on this side of the House to put a direct question as long as we then don't get an answer that is within the 6-month rule, and he's invited the question.
Well, the government would not raise an objection because it would be a different question. Because that's what the government is saying. The government is not playing on words, Mr. Speaker. The government is trying to play with a straight wicket to ensure that people have the information they should have in order to ensure that we follow parliamentary rules, which is also our obligation, Mr. Speaker, and give the right information in the context of the right questions. But Mr. Speaker, if they make it difficult for us, we cannot give the information. But if the Honourable Gentleman puts a question in that way that he has now proposed, we will be able to give the answer from the government side. And we, of course, could not suggest that it is the same question within 6 months, because it would be a completely different question, which would be capable of being answered.
Mr. Speaker, I had given way to the Honourable Member. Can I just say on that, Mr. Speaker, of course we will file a question If he's not prepared to say now, because he's put himself in a particular position and he now insists that that must be repeated, that's fine. But everybody who picks up this question would understand that we are asking, can the government advise if the government-owned company has paid Iruka the money which it contracted to do? And we're not making it difficult for the honourable member opposite. The honourable member opposite went to Oxford. He's one of the most intelligent people I know. He understands what this question is about. He refuses to answer. It's a matter for him. We'll ask it again in different language. That's all.
Mr. Speaker, that's the nicest thing the honourable gentleman has ever said to me. I mean, he's added cream and chives to my sour. I now feel like a complete political Pringle. Mr. Speaker, and tasty at that. Mr. Speaker, we're genuinely trying to achieve the aim for which we are here, which is to provide the information. But look, I don't think that there are many experts in subordinated liquidity facilities who will go around saying, well, yes, absolutely right, I could have read it that way. You know, this is a complex area of law, and the government is trying to ensure it complies with its legal obligations to its contractual partners and answer questions that it has to answer, and not questions that it could be suggested, and not questions to the government, but questions to the government's contractual partners, as drafted.
Next question.
Question number 183 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if it intends to bring a finance bill to Parliament during the 2022 budget debate?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman raises a question that was discussed at quite some length during the appropriation debate last year. We explained our position that we will keep to the appropriation bill that is passed in Parliament and seek, where possible, to pass contemporaneous legislation that addresses some of the issues that are raised as part of the budget, thereby ending a budget session week or 10 days with as much legislation in place as deals with all of the issues that are raised in the budget process. This has not always been the case, as it is not always possible to put legislation in place ahead of the budget session, but we will seek to do so wherever possible. This is somewhat different from having a finance bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the Chief Minister recognises that is different to a finance bill, because, Mr. Speaker, there is provision within our standing orders specifically as to how a finance bill should be debated in this House, and in terms of the time frames for presenting it. In fact, there is no need for notice, but there then is a process by which the contents of the finance bill are digested and then debated. And I would only ask the Chief Minister to at least consider, for the sake of expediency, to put all these measures into a finance bill. It does no harm, and in fact it may be more efficient to do it in that way. And he may even be pleasantly surprised, as he was on last occasion, when we actually find agreement on elements of elements of measures that would be in the finance bill. I would just ask the Chief Minister to consider that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. He knows that we have slightly different interpretations in this respect.
Next question.
Question number 184 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if it has completed its review of senior public sector salaries and relativities, as announced by the Chief Minister in his 2018 budget address, and if so, will the government publish the report?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this has indeed commenced, although given the circumstances of the last 2 years, it has not yet been finalised.
Mr. Speaker, and can the Chief Minister advise whether this review is being conducted internally or has somebody externally been contracted to undertake it?
It has been externally undertaken, Mr. Speaker.
And would the Chief Minister be able to identify the external party undertaking the review?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Ernst & Young, as it used to be known, I don't know whether it's just known as EY now.
And one last supplementary from me, Mr. Speaker. And when did they commence their review?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, but I know that the work goes back to April 21. I can't tell him the commencement date, but the work that I had seen was already work that was done in April 21, and there has been more work since then as well, so considerably before April 21.
Question number 185 of 2022, the Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if it has received payments from Trusted Novus Bank in respect to the costs of the Midtown or Campion Park, and if so, how much and on what date?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the total development cost for Campion Park was £3,917,879. Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar received £3,874,595 on the 8th of December 2021 from Trusted Novus Bank as a donation towards the cost incurred by government in connection with the development of Campion Park. The balance between the donation received and the total development cost is £43,283.64. This balance has now been settled by Trusted Novus Bank, with the funds being received earlier this month.
Next question.
Question number 186 of 2022, the Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if it has provided the Gibraltar International Bank with any security in respect of the £150 million borrowed from it?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with 187.
Question number 187 of 2022, the Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if it has sought an extension of time for the £500 million revolving borrowing facility with RBSI NatWest, secured by a UK guarantee that falls due on the 3rd of December 2023?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government did not provide any security in respect of the £150 million borrowed from Gibraltar International Bank. The facility was repaid in full on the 7th of April 2022 by drawing down on the full £150 million from the £500 million RBS facility. This was always the intention from the outset. Repaying the £150 million temporary GIB facility and transferring all the outstanding liabilities to the RBS facility has consolidated all of the COVID-19 pandemic-related expenditure in one facility. As a result, when full government revenue is restored and the need to borrow subsides, we will be able to crystallize this amount into a new single facility and provide for a sensible and affordable longer-term repayment plan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the information the Chief Minister provided, especially in respect of the repayment of the £150 million. I just have two questions, supplementaries. The first one is in respect of Gibraltar International Bank. In their accounts for the 31st of December 2020, in related party transactions on page 44, advances and related interest receivable, which will include the ultimate controlling party being the government, it says outstanding balances at the year end are secured. Would it be in his view that this statement perhaps needs clarification, or is there some other form of security that the bank may have that perhaps is not in the facility letter by way of some other side letter? And secondly, Mr. Speaker, as the Chief Minister is aware, the facility with RBS NatWest, which is guaranteed by the UK government, falls due on the 3rd of December 2023. I appreciate what he has said about consolidating everything in one place, but is it that he's suggesting that he would seek to somehow obtain a loan from another party on perhaps a longer dated basis, and if so, have those sorts of negotiations already started, and that in fact he has not requested an extension of the UK guarantee?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman at the end, seeking to deal with the second point first, makes assumptions which are not correct and which I will not address during the course of this question time, because I think they're issues better addressed during the course of the appropriation debate when dealing with the debt. He's now talking about the current financial year and the next financial year, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to deal with issues relating to that during the course of the budget debate. In the context of the note to the accounts of GIB, Mr. Speaker, I would need to take advice on whether that is correct despite what I've said or would need to be corrected. The definition of security in those accounts may or may not include a loan to a shareholder, which may or may not fall within a different definition. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to venture into having a discussion without appropriate advice.
Question number 188 of 2022. The Honourable D.A.
Just a
Featon.
minute, Mr. Clark. Next question.
Question number 188 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Featon.
Mr. Speaker, can the government please look at the answers to written questions W17 to W21 of 2021, and please state, by reference to the nationalities listed in answer to questions W18 and W21, which of those nationals have still not been repatriated?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is currently only one individual of Moroccan nationality who remains to be repatriated from the policing year 21-22.
Question number 189 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Featon.
Mr. Speaker, when is the government going to keep its promises to people in relation to WOPs?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government fulfilled its promise to people in relation to WOPs. In fact, the answer to this question has not changed since my answer to question 79 of 2021.
Mr. Speaker, that can't possibly be right, because there is a bill on the order paper which was published in 2020 that the government still needs to take, and people are not being paid out, presumably, until that bill actually becomes law. Is that the case? I'll be corrected if I'm wrong.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman asked a question about promises made to people. The promise was honoured, Mr. Speaker, when the government opened the window, as we had said that we would, for people to register. We then published a bill. We haven't yet been able to pass the bill, but we've already done the exercise that we needed to do. All we need to do now is finish the bill becoming an act, and then the whole process will have been complete. So I don't understand why the honourable gentleman thinks that we have failed to keep our promise in relation to WOPs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's simple, because there are a number of people that approached me on a number of occasions, in fact, asking me to ask the question. I did so last year, and I've repeated it this year, because they have been told that the government, until this bill is actually made law, they will not be paid what they're owed in relation to WOPs. That's the information that we are, or that I am receiving, and that's the reason why I'm asking the question.
Speaker, I think he's got it behind over breast, so to speak. It's not that they will be paid when we pass the bill into an act. It's that they will pay the government.
And then they will be entitled.
Yes, but we've already told all those who have registered, don't worry, if the bill does not become an act, we're going to give effect. You're going to have the benefit of it. So we fulfilled our promise, Mr. Speaker. We're just in the process of putting in place the formalities, which we have not been able to do, but we're in the process of doing.
Yes, but there are people that are going to the Treasury Department, actually prepared to pay, So then they qualify for ops later on and are being told, no, you can't pay because the government has to pass this particular law. That's what people are telling me. That's the reason why I am asking the question. And therefore surely the promises to people can't have been completed until the government has done everything possible to allow these people to qualify. That is, go to Treasury, make the payments, and then they qualify.
So already, Mr. Speaker, has changed from saying that we are not making the payments to saying that we are not able to receive the payments. And I've already told him that nobody is going to suffer because we've told them that as long as they're registered and if something were to happen, they make the payment even after the inevitable event which deals with vesting for WOPs. People will have that honoured, even if we haven't been able to put in place the legislation. So as far as the client is concerned, the constituent in this case, they're covered. We just need to ensure that we make provision for this in the law, which we're in the process of doing. We've already published the bill.
May I therefore ask my last question? When does the government intend to take this particular bill, which was published in 2020? Is it going to take it this session? And if it is, when is the government going to commence this, the act, when it becomes an act?
In the lifetime of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Next question.
Question number 190 of 2022. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Has the government purchased Fortress House, and if so, for how much?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no. Neither have we expressed an interest in doing so. We already indicated that we were not interested in this asset for the taxpayer in answer to question 404 of 2020.
Next question.
Question number 191 of 2022. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Thank you. Does the government have any intention of addressing the concerns as to the density and urban impact of the development raised by representatives of Catalan Bay Village in connection with the East Side project, and if so, how?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the representations made by members of the public on any planning application are taken into consideration by the Development and Planning Commission when making its decisions. This applies to the representations made by Catalan Bay Village in respect of the outline planning application submitted for the East Side development. It is not for the government to intervene in the DPC's processes when considering planning matters. No doubt if we did, Mr. Speaker, would be accused of interfering with the DPC's processes. The government notes the concerns that we have seen on social media in relation to the Catalan Bay Village on this item. Many of the images which have been provided by some on social media appear to us to be inaccurate. Nonetheless, the government believes that the East Side project is a very positive project, not just for Catalan Bay, but for the whole area, which will be renovated and much improved. Each part of it will require full planning permission from the DPC. At present, there exists a derelict piece of land that has been accumulating waste over the last 30 years. And this development is on a scale that we have not seen before, and in a way that will beautify and improve the area very significantly. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, the government defers to the DPC to ensure that the project is made in a way that meets environmental impact assessments and is done in a sensitive manner. The developer and any objections will be heard at the full planning application on all subjects. Thanks to our policy of openness, transparency and accountability at the DPC, all interested members of the public will be able to object, be heard, and the community as a whole will be able to follow every aspect of the discussion and debate at the DPC. The days of the closed and secret DPC that the GSD asked us to keep secret and closed when we passed the amendment to the Act are gone. The government has clearly entered into arrangements for this project, Mr. Speaker, with a developer, for the project to go ahead, because we believe it is a positive project for Gibraltar. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the marina in question, that many have promulgated images of that we don't think are accurate images, in question actually effectively provides a breakwater for Hassan Centenary Terraces and the rest of the East Side development. We think images of it on social media, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate, are inaccurate. Without protecting the land of what is now the reclamation, it is not possible to build or insure a building for habitation. The cost of this breakwater is subsidized by the economics of the revenue-generating marina. The reduction or removal of a marina may impact the financial viability of the East Side project, which the government is contracting for. As a result, delays in protecting the land will also impact the completion of Hassan Centenary Terraces. The marina arm, Mr. Speaker, in any event, I should inform the House, will be accessible to the general public and will provide a promenade that can be used by pedestrians, joggers, cyclists, and those seeking to fish throughout the whole year.
I thank the Honourable Member for that very full reply. The question really is whether anything at all can be done in relation to the size of the marina. He's made a reference to that could have an impact. I think he even said a reduction could have in terms of the size and the massification, could have an impact in terms of the finances, I think he may have said. And that is seems to be the focus of the complaints of the Catalan Bay residents. I saw a part of the DPC hearing where I was able to listen to and watch through the website Mr. Riedl's contribution in that regard. And I must say that when I initially read some of their complaints, I thought it was far-fetched. I think one of them, it was suggested that it would block the views all the way through to the Caleta Hotel. But then I've been shown plans, and from what I can see, it seems that accusation, that observation, so put it in more neutral terms, may actually be more accurate than I originally thought. Because I thought it was literally just a line going out and it would impact sort of on the northern side rather than on the southern side. But if I can visualize this, just it basically does that. So, and it does align with the Caleta Hotel. But the Honourable Member says that the images which have been shown on social media are inaccurate. I mean, the government will have a view from what I was able to here in the initial stages of the DPC process. Both the Honourable Mr. Cortés and the Honourable Deputy Chief Minister were really supportive and dismissive of Mr. Riedl's contribution. But the government can have a view, and I would ask the Chief Minister to consider perhaps more carefully the representations being made by the Catalan Bay residents. And the government has form in relation to this. It took a very bold and firm view, for example, in relation to, I think it was just before the elections in 2019, in relation to the Queensway Quay Marina, where an application was filed. Admittedly, the government members in that DPC also had expressed their objections in that process, but then the government said that if re-elected, I think he personalized it to himself, the Chief Minister said that if he was returned to office as Chief Minister, he would not allow that particular project to go through. And simply to make this point, if I can assist, it is true that the development plan of 2009, I think I get the date right on this occasion, does allow for a marina in the area. However, I would just make these two observations. One, the hatched area, which is visualized in one of the plans of that development plan, is much, much smaller than the current project. And although the plan says that it should allow for a marina, it's actually a much more reduced area. And I'm sure that would be something which the Catalan Bay residents and many people who visit that area, who use that beach, would welcome. And secondly, the expressions of interest image, which I've only just seen because my learned friend has it here, is also, that one accords with what the development plan of 2009 envisages. So basically what I'm saying is that this project is a lot bigger than what was originally envisaged in the development plan. And simply to make this final point, if I may, Mr. Speaker, the honourable, just to make this final point, the Queensway Quay project was in some part stopped because it was envisaged that a new development plan would be produced, and I think tenders at that stage had gone out. So I just make those points, and I would ask the Chief Minister to consider them in their reply, and I welcome his views.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the other question is that the Honourable Gentleman will welcome my views. So I guess I have as much leeway as he had. I'm delighted, Mr. Speaker, that he started by telling us that he was able to follow the DPC online. I assume that he therefore regrets that he voted against our move to make the DPC open. In the time that they were in government, the DPC was not open, and even the minutes of the DPC were kept in secret. And I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, that this government subjects every project, and now even every government project, to a full and transparent process where the whole community can take part. And people at their desks can see what is happening, and everybody can turn up and give their point of view. As a result, Mr. Speaker, it will be possible for people to see that the density of this project is much lower than the project that they approved. So the Sovereign Bay project, Mr. Speaker, which was being done at the time by Multiplex and the Rubin brothers, had a much higher density, a much greater density than the density of this project. This is a low-rise project in the main. There was provision for one tower. I think the DPC knocked that tower back, or the area of it. There's a provision in this project for a botanical garden to be included as part of the project. And so the Honourable Gentleman talks about the hatched area in one plan, but of course, although the hatched area may now be different to what is being proposed to the DPC, on the other side, there's a whole area of nature reserve and botanical garden that's being added to the plot. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman speaks about Christopher Riddell and the representations that he made. I have to disclose an interest. Christopher Riddell is a friend, and I consider him a close friend. I think it's also proper, and I think it was done in the DPC, to indicate there's another question on the order paper about bidders in respect of the East Side. Mr. Riddell was himself also a competitive bidder in respect of plots on the East Side, in respect of these expressions of interest. I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman knows because it was said in the meeting of the DPC that he says he followed. So we have to put everything in its context. Now, because he's a friend of mine, I have the greatest respect and affection for Christopher Riddell. And I think that he has been an exemplary servant of the government when he worked for the government. Previously, he was also a colleague of mine at Assange, and I thought he was an exemplary member of our firm as a lawyer. Before that, he was an engineer and a teacher, and I'm sure, although I didn't know him then, he would have been just as good a lawyer and an engineer and a teacher as he was a lawyer and public servant. In this instance, the advice that the government has is that the concerns that Mr. Riddell has about the marina arm are not accurate. Now, I think Professor Cortez, at the open meeting of the DPC, indicated that he thought the environmental issues that were raised by Mr. Riddell were misconceived. I also have the highest regard, of course, for Professor Cortez, and I take legal advice and engineering advice from Chris Riddell, and I take environmental advice from John Cortez. And we genuinely believe, Mr. Speaker, that some of the issues that seem to concern people at Catalan Bay are not concerns which are scientifically well-grounded, and that indeed the area that it is proposed the marina should take in the visual representations that have been produced are incorrect, and that they will not for one moment get anywhere near the line of the Caleta Hotel. Indeed, the line of the marina, as if you were sitting in the center of Catalan Bay, the line of the marina will not impede the view of open water from Catalan Bay at all. That is the advice that the government has, and that in fact is what the government believes it is contracted for and will contract for. There's another question on the order paper as to where we are in terms of the contract in respect of the East Side. Mr. Speaker, a few Gibraltarians can pretend to love Catalan Bay more than other Gibraltarians. I think all Gibraltarians love Catalan Bay and want to protect Catalan Bay. Of course, people who live in Catalan Bay are entitled to say that they have that additional interest and demonstration of their love and affection for Catalan Bay. But I, as the Honourable Gentleman knows, I am often to be found there in the better weather and sometimes in the not so good weather because I have close personal friends there. I've seen him there when the Deputy Chief Minister and I have been at work campaigning. He's been sunning himself on the beach, as the results of the election have subsequently shown. And look, I don't think there should be no suggestion that there is any division between the government and the people of Catalan Bay in respect of the protection of Catalan Bay and the enhancement of Catalan Bay. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, for 30 years, we have all failed Catalan Bay because we have all promised the people of Catalan Bay that we're going to get rid of the reclamation and the mountain, etc., etc. This, we believe, is finally a situation in which we will be able to get rid of that unsightly, dust-producing mountain on Catalan Bay in a way that does not produce any prejudice for Catalan Bay. But in the process of finalizing contracts in that respect of the east side, the government will ensure, we will bend over backwards, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that none of what we do creates any adverse consequences for Catalan Bay. Quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. We want Catalan Bay to be enhanced by this project. And our discussions with the TNG Foundation, Mr. Speaker, the party that we're working with in respect of of Catalan Bay and the east side, suggest that there is genuine good faith on the part of the developer in wanting to ensure that what they do there enhances Gibraltar, enhances the east side, and enhances in particular Catalan Bay, which becomes a sort of central, most attractive area of that development, with the new Caleta, such as it may be, after it goes to DPC, also forming a final part of that. Fulfilling, Mr. Speaker, once again, the GSLP fulfilling the GSD's political commitments of 1986, where they promised to beautify the East Coast for the benefit of residents and tourists, and did nothing other than enhance the rubble mountain. Mr. Speaker, I would sit down there, but I just note that it's Ernest Benito who's on this, and we send him all the best.
Next question.
Question number 192 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, has the government been in discussions with the UK or Spain in respect of the reported complaint by Spain in respect of the East Side reclamation?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government has not engaged in a discussion and negotiation with Spain in respect of their note verbal in respect of this matter.
Mr. Speaker, Spain has from time to time said things about the East Side. I mean, this is not new. During the Honourable Member's tenure, I think his first contact on this issue was, I think that I found in my research some complaint by Spain in 2012, I think it was. So this is long running, and it's not about this particular administration. Of course, it goes back a long time. But I ask this question in particular because there was a suggestion when Spain made clear again its complaint about this, that they were calling on the UK to discuss it within the context of the MOU on the environment. So I was wondering whether in the subsequent period it had been formally tabled in the discussions. That's really what I was asking.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman's question asked about the reported complaint by Spain. The reports that I saw related to a note verbal filed by Spain in respect of the announcement by the government of the agreement with the TNG Foundation, the heads of terms with the TNG Foundation. Spain's note verbals in respect of the East Side in this matter, in respect of all the administrations that have dealt with it, relate to that area of water on which the reclamation is to be found, being Spanish water, which we have no right to encroach upon. And so the government's position is very simple, and I'm sure it would be the same if it were him. We're not going to engage in a discussion, let alone a negotiation, about that water because it's ours. But, Mr. Speaker, in the period of our membership of the European Union, we have always adhered to the principle that our neighbour has not adhered to, that if a reclamation has transboundary effect, we give notice to the other side, and we have only one other side here, Spain, and we act in keeping with the European Directive on Transboundary Effect. The EIA tells us that this reclamation, and indeed the EIA which was put before the DPC for the proposed marina arm, etc., concludes, and this is not the government's conclusion, this is external experts' conclusions, that there is no transboundary effect, and therefore the engagement which would be required in keeping with European law would not become engaged. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I have found out during the course of the negotiations, etc., is that the European directive is derived from an international convention called the ESPO Convention. And the ESPO Convention means that even states outside of the European Union who are parties to the ESPO Convention give notification of transboundary effect to each other, and there's a criteria engaged for transboundary effect. And Gibraltar is actually a party to the ESPO Convention through the United Kingdom. So even outside our membership of the European Union, Gibraltar remains committed to doing things properly. And if a reclamation in British Gibraltar territorial waters, as undoubtedly the waters for 3 miles to the east side of Gibraltar are, were to have transboundary effect, we would engage with the neighboring state which it would have transboundary effect on, aka we only have one, Spain, and we would comply with the provisions of the European Convention, with the International Convention, the ESPO Convention, to consult, because that is what the law requires, and we comply with our international legal obligations. I would also say, Mr. Speaker, as I've said previously in this House, that unfortunately, when we were members of the European Union, and both the Convention and the directive applied, Spain did not do the same thing in relation to reclamations it created in the Bay of Gibraltar, which have had a seriously adverse effect on Gibraltar, and indeed on the neighboring municipality of La Línea de la Concepción, where we've recently seen its mayor complain that actions have been taken by the municipality of Algeciras controlling the port without regard to the damage that would be done to parts of the seafront in La Línea, and indeed in the last storm, which was the storm we were debating, in the context of the works being done at Coaling Island, we saw considerable damage to La Línea, which the mayor of La Línea in public attributed to the reclamation works of a place called Isla Verde on Green Island, just off Algeciras. Mr. Speaker, I hope that's a helpful statement of the position of the government of Gibraltar, that will always comply with its international and, whilst in the European Union, European obligations in respect of transboundary effect.
Next question.
Question number 193 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how many expressions of interest were received in the East Side expressions of interest process, and can the government list to the interested parties by name of entity submitting an expression of interest, and in respect of which plot?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 19 expressions of interest were received in answer to the government's advert for expressions of interest for plots on the East Side reclamation. I can't give him the names, Mr. Speaker, but I will give him the following information which I hope will satisfy him. Applicant number 1 applied for plots 5, 11, 12 and 13. Applicant number 2 applied for plots 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 and 10. Applicant number 3 applied for plots 1 to 13, that is to say the whole of the plot. Applicant number 4 applied for plot 6. Applicant 5 listed one proposal for plots 1 to 13 and a second proposal for plots 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 12 and 13. Applicant 6 submitted a proposal for plots 1 to 13. Applicant 7 a proposal for plots 12 and 13. Applicant 8 a proposal for plots 5, 12 and 13. Applicant 9 a proposal for plots 1 to 13. Applicant 10 a proposal for plots 6, 7 and 9. Applicant 11 a proposal for plots 1 to 13. Applicant 12 a proposal for plot 6. Applicant 13 a proposal for plot 7. Applicant 14 a proposal for plot 2. Applicant 15 a proposal for plots 1 to 13. Applicant 16 a proposal for plots 12 to and 13. Applicant 17 a proposal for plots 5, 12 and 13. Applicant 18 a proposal for plot 4. And applicant 19 a proposal for plots 1 to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13. That is to say, all plots except plot 6 and plot 10.
Mr. Speaker, I asked, can the government list the interested parties? The honourable member hasn't. Is there a reason for that? Is it because he doesn't want to? I mean, as a matter of policy, they just don't want to share that information?
Mr. Speaker, the position that has been taken in this House, which I'm quite happy to discuss with the honourable gentleman, by successive administrations, is that we don't disclose the names of parties that are not successful parties. Very often we are asked by parties not to disclose the nature of their applications unless they are successful. Because, for example, a party may have many irons in the fire for finance, and this may be one of them, and they will only progress it in the event that they succeed with a tender process, and they don't want other potential lenders to know that they're doing this if they're not going to be successful, because they might be seen to be overextending themselves, for example. I have no difficulty with giving the honourable gentleman these names on the basis that that is confidential, but we are not spreading it across the floor of the House. He has got another question on the order paper in a moment about whether a particular party was one of these bidders, and I will answer that question directly. But this, Mr. Speaker, I'm advised, like civil servants, the practice has been that we don't give the names across the floor of the House unless it's the successful bidder. And we are advised that we would have to change our tender process to set out that we would be sharing the names of those that bid in order as data controllers to be able to share that information publicly. But I have no inconvenience in giving the honourable gentleman the names. I mean, I think I've got them here in some form, but I would write to him and give him the names and relate them to the applicant number that I've given across the floor of the House if he's interested.
Next question.
Question number 194 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, did TNG Global Foundation submit a bid for the East Side Development Expressions of Interest process before the closing date?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the last expression of interest for the East Side project closed on Friday, the 4th of September 2020. The government carried out an exercise to determine the highest bidder for each plot and the highest bidder for the entire site. It was found that the latter formula achieved a higher premium for the taxpayer. On that basis, the government opened negotiation for the highest bidder for the entire site. The government, as part of its due diligence, sought to establish from this bidder its capacity to pay the premium and capability to carry out the project. After a series of delays and requests for extension before placing £10 million of the total premium in escrow, which the preferred bidder never did, the government terminated the negotiations and the expressions of interest in July 2021. The government was approached by TNG Global with a considerably higher premium offer in the first week of June 2021, and negotiations concluded with the public announcement made on the 18th of October 2021. We commenced discussions with TNG only after the preferred bidder failed to provide the deposit required.
So do I take it from that, and given that I don't have the advantage of the list, do I take it that TNG Global did not submit a bid? So it's not one of the 19. So one of the 19 became the preferred bidder. There were negotiations. Those negotiations fell through. At that stage, TNG Global emerged, but it was not one of the 19. Is that right?
TNG Global was not one of the 19. The preferred bidder was the highest bidder. We were negotiating with the highest bidder, and before the negotiations with the highest bidder fell apart, which was at the end of July, in early June, TNG expressed to us directly an interest with a much higher bid than any of the other bids that had been received, and indeed the bid that we were negotiating. That's why it was put to, I said that's why. I don't know whether by that stage already, in fact, already at that stage, the preferred bidder had been asked to put a deposit of £10 million to demonstrate its ability to pay the premium and also to demonstrate its capability of carrying out the project, because you're talking about a project that's going to involve hundreds of millions of pounds over a period of 10 years. And so I want to be specific. Before TNG had approached us, we had already asked the preferred bidder to do that. TNG approached us whilst we were waiting for the preferred bidder to do that and came with a bid that was higher than anything that we had seen in the 19. And for that reason, we started the negotiations with TNG.
I understand. But given that there were 18 other parties, didn't the government think, or did the government engage with the other 18 parties to see whether once the highest bidder sort of falls through, the highest formal bidder has gone through the process, the negotiations don't work, there's 18 other people on the list, some of them are for single plots. It may be that the government had by then formed the view that it wanted to take a holistic view instead of a parceled view. I don't know if that was part of the thinking, but even if it was part of the thinking, there were some of the ones on the list of 19 that he's rattled off are bids for all plots. So why not go back to those parties that had formally gone through the expressions of interest process within time, as it were, and then get them to either put in a second bid or compete with TNG Global? Why wasn't that done on a sort of second round basis?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just deal with the first point that the Honourable Gentleman raised, which is whether to do individual plots or the whole thing. I said in the course of my first answer that the government carried out an exercise to determine that the highest bidder for each plot whether the highest bidder for each plot and the highest bidder for the entire site gave us the best for the taxpayer. It was found in the exercise done by LPS that the latter formula, that is to say, the whole plot, achieved a better price for the taxpayer. That was something that we wanted to test, Mr. Speaker. That's why he will see the expressions of interest that we put out actually parceled the area into plots, because we thought, look, this hasn't been able to take off in 30 years as a whole plot. Shall we try to see whether you can get entities interested in single plots? We might be able to get more in total for the east side by parceling it up into plots. In fact, once we had received the information from the bidders, there was no way that you got anywhere near the premiums that you were being offered for the whole plot when you looked at the individual plots. The exercise of choosing a preferred bidder involved going from 19 to 6. So of the 19, 6 were assessed to be serious and in the interest of the taxpayer. Those 6 were interviewed at length. They made presentations to the Financial Secretary, to the Deputy Chief Minister, I think to the Minister for Economic Development as well, and we went through the 6 proposals. So we had a lot of information about the 6 most lucrative proposals for the government, and the others, it is fair to say, in the government's view, were not mature proposals. The 6 proposals that were put produced considerably less for the taxpayer than the TNG proposal. Even the preferred bidder, which was the highest of the 6, produced considerably less for the taxpayer than the TNG proposal. So in the context of the TNG proposal, the reason the government decided to proceed with it was that it was considerably higher than the 19, considerably higher than the 6, and of course, serious and self-financing. Because with the TNG Foundation, what you have is an entity that is the same entity that controls a Gibraltar retail bank and is approved for that purpose by the Gibraltar Financial Services Commission, and wider international interests of substance of which the government has serious and real cognizance, so that we have no doubts of the ability of this party to carry out the works which are required for the full East Side development as proposed to the Development and Planning Commission. In the context of the 6 that we were dealing with, some were for single plots. In fact, I think all except the main one, all except the preferred bidder. One more. So out of the 6, a number were for single plots and a number were for the full plot. But all of them would have had to prove to the government, other than one of the ones that was seeking a single plot that is well known to the government and is well known to have the substance to do that single plot, which was a very low premium for one single plot. All of the others would have had to prove to the government their ability to pay the premium, which was lower than the premium being offered by TNG, and to have the ability to finance the works. Whilst TNG offered a higher premium, the ability to pay the premium is well known, and the ability to carry out the whole of the works is well known. For that reason, in this instance, the government, having tested the water of what the market believed the plot was worth months before and being in the process of doing so, decided it was in the interest of the taxpayer to continue with TNG because they paid considerably more than any of the other bidders that had submitted any proposals whilst the expressions of interest period was initially open.
Next question.
Question number 195 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm who the beneficiaries of TNG Global Foundation are?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government is unable to confirm the exact beneficiaries of the TNG Global Foundation. The publicly available information in respect of foundations is generally limited to the identity of its councillors. This information can be readily obtained from Companies House by requesting a foundation profile. We can, however, confirm that they are the entity approved by the Gibraltar Financial Services Commission to own trusted Novus Bank.
Mr. Speaker, we have a profile of TNG Global, and of course, as the honourable member knows, the profile shows who the councillors are, and the Act says that the beneficiaries are whoever is in the constitutional documents, which obviously we don't have. But the reason for the question is because obviously the government has undertaken this process. It's explained now in some detail as to what happened in the expressions of interest process, of which TNG were not originally part, but it was finally adjudicated the plots, and I would assume in that context that the government would have done due diligence and discovered who the beneficiaries were said to be by TNG Global Foundation. And really what we are asking is who those people are, and will the government say?
Mr. Speaker, a foundation is a little like a trust. I think for the purposes of this basic debate, we can establish the foundation is a little like a trust. The government knows who it is dealing with. The government has done its research and its due diligence, and so has the GFSC, and so have other entities that have licensed this entity to own financial services companies in the European Union and outside the European Union. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is not anything to be concerned about here, because you have this entity also doing regulated business and being approved to do regulated business. The problem, Mr. Speaker, with giving an answer to the honourable gentleman is that, and if he looks at my first answer, I've said we cannot confirm who the exact beneficiaries of the TNG Global Foundation are. And that is because in a trust, beneficiaries can change at any time. Beneficiaries can change by somebody telling somebody, the founder telling his appropriate councillors that he wishes to change who his beneficiaries are, or sending a note of change of his wishes, or changing the schedule. And because these things are private, the government might be giving information which is not strictly accurate, unless I have the founder standing next to me confirming that now the beneficiaries are X, Y, or Z, I could be giving information which has become incorrect. And we've had this debate before about trusts. That's the issue. But in the context of the government knowing who it's dealing with, I mean, I've said before in this House, I think it is incumbent on a government to always know who it is dealing with unless it's dealing with a public company, the shareholding of which is in the market. So the government knows who it is dealing with, the GFSC knows who it's dealing with, the Swiss financial regulator knows who it is dealing with, the Portuguese financial regulator knows who it is dealing with. It's a regulated entity, and therefore I don't think there are concerns about identity here, but I do have concerns, Mr. Speaker, about giving information that I cannot nail to the mast is correct the moment that I give it. The founder of the foundation, as we said in the government press release, Mr. Speaker, and as was said in the government press release, in the press releases in relation to Juska Bank, which became the new bank, the Trusted Novus Bank, is Mr. Tuan Tran.
Hey, I appreciate that explanation that he's given. But, I mean, the government issued a press release on the 18th of October 2021, which said, apart from saying, it said lots of things, but one of the things it said is TNG Global Foundation is the highest bidder of all the proposals put to the government. So it was adjudicating the project to TNG Global at that moment. So what I'm really asking, I mean, we're now in May, but I'll ask a more precise question, if I may. On the 18th of October, when they issued this press release, they presumably would have known at that point who the beneficiaries of TNG Global are. Can he say that he did? If so, who were they? The situation may have changed, but that may invoke all sorts of other issues under the agreement in terms of change of control. I'm not asking about that. What I'm asking about is a point in time, at the time that they issued the press release, did he know who the beneficiaries were, and who were they?
Mr. Speaker, beneficiaries don't control trusts or foundations. Councillors control trusts or foundations. It's a basic CPRE point, Mr. Speaker. Let's not get too technical about it. I don't think we have to have an argument about that. I know that he wants us to know who we're dealing with in the context of who the beneficiaries of the foundation are. And Mr. Speaker, the government knew that the beneficiaries of the foundation were the same beneficiaries that were the ones that had been approved as beneficiaries at the time that the entity was approved to own a regulated financial services business in Gibraltar. And therefore we had to have no concerns about that, Mr. Speaker. We have had no notification that that has changed, and the government in its guise, Mr. Speaker, as wider government has not been notified under relevant banking statutes by the Financial Services Commission that it has been notified of a change of beneficiaries of the ultimate beneficial owner of structures that involve the ownership of a regulated entity in Gibraltar.
So just to be clear on the answer I'm getting, at the point of time when they issued the press release, they believed that the beneficiaries of TNG Global Foundation were the same beneficiaries that had been approved to own the bank. That's what we're talking about, through a different entity, because I presume that it's a different entity that owns and controls the bank. As I understood it, they are sister entities with sharing common beneficiaries. That's what he's saying. It's the entity that we're talking about, which is common. The regulated entity is the bank. Is that right? That's the same beneficiaries.
Those were the assurances that were given, Mr. Speaker, that we were given, and the contracts that are being negotiated require us to be told if there are any changes to that, Mr. Speaker.
Next question.
Question number 196 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, has the premium for the East Side tender development been paid in whole or in part, and if so, when and in what amount and by whom?
Answer, the Honourable Chief Minister.
The beneficiaries of the TNG Global Foundation have not yet paid the premium to the government, and no cash has yet been received by the government for the East Side project as of the 11th of May 2022. The government is in negotiations with TNG to move from heads of terms to a finalised detail agreement that will result in the premium of 90 million in cash being paid to the government. TNG has already spent a considerable amount of time in carrying out its planning, surveys and environmental work leading up to the application and grant of outline planning submitted to the DPC. to the application for outline planning submitted to the DPC and the grant of it by the DPC. Mr. Speaker, the honourable members will appreciate that paying the premium ahead of having the clarity that the DPC would grant them approval was not possible, and indeed that's what we said would happen, that they would make the payment only after they had received outline planning, and that's what we're now negotiating to do, to receive that payment once we have the actual contract provided for.
So that we understand, so as part of the arrangements, there was no kind of escrow or deposit payment by TNG at all? Is that right?
No, Mr. Speaker, not in this instance, because we did not believe and do not believe that it is necessary to seek an escrow payment from this entity. We are very close to finalizing the agreements that will see not an escrow, but the full payment of the 90 million to the government.
Mr. Speaker, I understood from the earlier answer that one of the reasons that the negotiations with the top bid of the 19 fell through was because they didn't stump up a £10 million deposit. So why not ask for a deposit from TNG?
Well, for a very simple reason, Mr. Speaker. The preferred bidder of the 19 who we were negotiating with had been involved in the negotiations for the East Side project that fell through, that was Blue Water, and they hadn't been able to come up with the money there. And so we said, well, okay, fair enough, this looks okay, but you've got to demonstrate that you can come up with the money now. Here, in the context of the TNG Foundation, you're talking to the guy who owns Juska Bank and other banks. He's got the ability to pay you the 90 million, and that's the assessment that the government has made. If he doesn't pay the 90 million, it won't be because he hasn't got the money, it'll be because we can't come to terms. But we're now very close to coming to terms. The outline planning is in place, and the 90 million, we believe, will be paid. And this is just a question of finalizing the agreement. But Mr. Speaker, look, successive governments of Gibraltar have been here before, and we've not been able to make the East Side stick. I trust that they wish upon us success in this respect, not just so that we complete their manifesto commitment of 1996, but so that we can all have the benefit of £90 million for our public coffers.
Mr. Speaker, he may not believe it, but I actually wish him success in everything that he does, because at the end of the day, I may criticize him when he gets it wrong, but at the end of the day, I live here, my daughters live here, they've got to find jobs, and I want him to be successful as much as he can, because that will make Gibraltar economically and politically sustainable for many, many decades to come. You know, we may still want to win the next election, but I'm sure if he's on this side, he will do the same with me. Mr. Speaker, can I ask him, in terms of there's a heads of agreement, they're trying to move to final agreement. Can I ask him, at the time that they negotiated the heads of agreement, were there any time clauses in the heads of agreement in terms of, he's explained about the outline, so the payment of the premium is conditional on the obtaining of the outline. Were the negotiations up to the final agreement also time limited? Were there any time clauses there? If not, can you give us any kind of idea on time scale, given that the press release was issued in October? There was quite a lot of detail in the public domain put there then. It's been a few months now already, so how close are they to final agreement?
Mr. Speaker, there were some timelines which did not relate to payment. There were timelines which relate to works that need to be done, because the works need to be done to protect the plot in order to be able to complete the Hassan Centenary Terraces site, as I indicated to him. That protection is required in order to be able to finish those works, insure those homes, and sell those homes. The reason that we haven't yet completed heads of terms, Mr. Speaker, or rather the agreement, is because now the outline planning has been granted. We are now very advanced in finalizing the full agreement, and it's in everybody's interest, not least to ensure that costs are kept to a minimum, that we just go straight to the final agreement and we finalize the whole agreement and see the payment of the 90 million now with the outline planning permission already in place. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for his words about wishing us success on this. I know that it's in the interest of all of us economically, not just in the context of the public finances, but also in the context of the economic development of Gibraltar, the social economic of Gibraltar, and the GDP of Gibraltar, that we see this project actually finally take off. And I also, Mr. Speaker, wish him great professional success, as he knows, and I do hope that he is many decades from now still there, still wishing us success. Although many decades from now, Mr. Speaker, I have to confess, there is only one Joe Bossano. I will be neither here nor there.
Next question.
Question 197 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, by the 1st of May 2022, how much rubble had been moved from the Eastside site to the proposed Victoria Keys site, and at what cost, and paid by whom?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer with question 198.
Question number 198 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, has government now signed the agreements with the Victoria Keys developers in respect of the financing and or the development of the site?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to date, the government has not yet been able to finalise the agreement with the proposed consortium of Victoria Keys developers. Up to the 1st of May 2022, approximately 121,000 tonnes of material has been moved from the East Side reclamation to the Victoria Keys site. The cost to this date for the testing, extraction, processing, transportation and placing of material at Coaling Island is £1,697,438.57, paid for by an advance from Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar from the Improvement and Development Fund.
Mr. Speaker, in the context of the East Side development, is the government expecting to recover that money? I think there was some discussion, I believe it was the father of the house, when he gave an interview, I think, with talking about the rubble cost. I'm not sure if that is going to be recovered, this part, or is it future rubble sort of transportation? Secondly, on the second question, on the agreements of Victoria Keys, I believe that the press release that announced the Victoria Keys development was I think released well before the 2019 elections. So the negotiations have now been ongoing for some time. We ask for updates from time to time. What is it that is holding up this the process, given the length of time? Obviously, the reclamation is going on; it's quite active now. At least there's dumping of rubble into the sea. It appears that there's a partial reclamation going on. So, can he update us on the process, on the agreements?
So, Mr. Speaker, I think the information that he's relying on is a little dated. So the recovery of the cost for the movement of the rubble formed part of the arrangement, or will form part of the arrangement with the Victoria Keys Consortium. But the original discussion with the Victoria Keys Consortium and the original proposal which was being discussed with them was for the movement of all of the rubble at the east side. When the TNG proposal comes onto the scene, it changes the canvas in the sense that TNG want to keep the rubble because they have a use for it, because in their proposal they use it to fill caissons which produce the marina arm. And so, of course, that is environmentally the best use of that rubble because, first of all, it is encased. Second, it doesn't have to be moved from the east side to the western side of Gibraltar. And so the new agreement is that the rubble that is moved is only the rubble that is needed to be moved for the purposes of the second phase of Hassan Centenary Terraces to be erected as quickly as possible. Because you'd wait an extra 6 months or a year if you were just moving that part of the rubble for the marina arm for the TNG Foundation. So instead of now going forward to move all of that spoil to the western side of Gibraltar to create Victoria Keys, and honourable gentlemen, just to understand this as I tried to understand it when it was technically explained to me, if you look at the rubble mountain on the east side as we know it, and you turn that upside down and put it in the Bay of Gibraltar, that's Victoria Keys. That's where it was going, and it became Victoria Keys. Now, the majority of that mountain is going to be encased in the caissons and involved in the flattening of the plot that will become the east side. So what we are moving and have now almost entirely moved is what you need to move in order to be able to build San Centenary terraces, which means that the transaction with the Victoria Keys entity is a different transaction because we're now talking about using different rubble to create Victoria Keys. So, I don't mind sharing this information with the Honourable Gentleman. One of the things that we're looking at is using the Victoria Keys site as it develops in order to be able to process new rubble and use new rubble for reclamation in that area, or another reclamation which may provide for that, because as the Honourable Gentleman knows, disposal of rubble in Gibraltar can add considerable cost to any development, because if you haven't got a site in Gibraltar, it's got to go across the border and it's got to be processed not just as it needs to be processed here, but it's got to be processed in order to be able to cross a frontier, which is already much more problematic. So in that context, the proposition in respect of Victoria Keys is now a slightly different proposition and requires a different negotiation. And, Mr. Speaker, it has just been impossible in the context of the work that we have had to do in the past 2 years to have a discussion with the consortium that will be doing Victoria Keys with us if we are able to reach terms with them, which we sincerely believe that we will, on the new proposal for Victoria Keys. There have been a lot of discussions with them. They're aware of a lot of this, but we haven't been able to agree final terms, and we want to agree, obviously, the best terms for the taxpayer. The terms that we had on the table we thought were extraordinarily good terms for taxpayer, probably one of the best deals the taxpayer had ever done in respect of property in Gibraltar. The taxpayer was going to see huge returns and benefit, and a problem like the Rubble Mountain also dealt with by the creation of a new asset. So it's a slightly different proposition, and therefore the negotiation is not yet on foot as it needs to be, but I hope it will be on foot soon. We are at the top a very small team doing as much as we can, as quickly as we can, and it's just not possible to finalise and do more at this stage.
Speaker, just final question, if I may. So as I understand his explanation now, with more updated information, it's not about the transportation of the rubble, but rather a partial transportation. The rest of it is being flattened, if I can put it that way, in a very simplistic way, as to use as part of the sort of east side development, and there's a renegotiation going because there's been that has impacted on the original scope, the original idea that was, or at least one of the elements that was in the Victoria Keys project. But am I right in thinking, though, that the drawings that were published in 2019, that end product has not changed? What might have changed is the mechanics of doing it in terms of the logistics of the rubble that was going to be used, and also perhaps is the financing also perhaps a different discussion that needs to be had in terms of the cover-up of the plots, the contribution that government was going to make. Is that also part of what is holding up the discussion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the artist still has the same impression, because what was published was an artist impression. So I think the artist still has the same impression. I don't know whether the shape of the reclamation would be the same. We've had a lot of discussions internally and externally with our Victoria Keys partners, as they will be, about what the shape of the reclamation should be, and where it should be wider, where more value can be added, etc. And the finances will depend on the structure of the final deal, but we continue to seek the best deal for the taxpayer there. And although I have read some unmerited criticism of the proposal, anybody who understands subordinated, liquidated finances and all of that sort of thing, in their heart of hearts, when they do an analysis, will say, shucks, that is an excellent deal for the taxpayer, undoubtedly the best deal the taxpayer has ever done.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, just one question. Given the explanation the Chief Minister has given about the rubble mound and who's getting which bit and you invert it and that's the land, Is it that effectively what he's saying is the Victoria Keys site is going to continue, to use his words, as a rock store until something is decided with the area? But in terms of the actual surface area of the reclamation, is it still envisaged to be the same number of square meters, or is it to be a more modest proposal?
Is he talking about Victoria Keys or East Side, Mr. Speaker?
Or Victoria Keys?
The same number of square meters, if not more.
Next question.
Question number 199 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, will the government provide an updated cost of the Hassan Centenary development?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the updated cost of the Hassan Centenary Terraces housing project to the end of April 2022 is 63.35 million.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of the projection of the final cost of the development, has that changed also? Has that been impacted by the current spend? What's the trend for that?
Mr. Speaker, the anticipated contract sum for the whole project, the whole of the 6 blocks, is in the region of 168.5 million, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this will reflect the fact that there has been considerable inflation in respect of the cost of the second phase.
Next question. Sorry.
Question number 200 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what's the state of the works on the airport tunnel and when will it open?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government is represented by the honourable members firm in this matter, and I say that for the purposes of the record. The civil engineering and structural engineering works on the tunnel are almost complete, with final snagging and defects correction taking place at the moment. The mechanical and electrical equipment is mostly installed, although not fully completed. This is also undergoing testing and commissioning, and once all is successfully completed, the contractor should be in a position to hand the tunnel over. It is not possible to provide a definitive date of when the latter will take place. Don't we know it, he said as an aside. But the anticipated date given by the contractor at the moment is the 16th of August 2022. Once the tunnel is handed over and before it can be open to traffic, there will be a need to carry out a number of works which are outside the scope of the tunnel contract. These are primarily in the areas of Devil's Tower Road, Eastern Beach Road, and the southern tunnel approaches, and are programmed to take 12 weeks.
So, of course, I'm not going to hold him to it. But in terms of from handover to when it might actually be in use, is there some kind of projection of how long that would be?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've told him that the works that are required around are 12 weeks, and he might have asked me, well, why don't you start doing those works now? I mean, as he knows, we have had a very fractious relationship with the contractor. Very fractious. The fraction happened in their time and continued in our time. And a lot of these approach works involve areas which connect to areas that are still controlled by the contractor for the tunnel. So some of the work that we have to do is in the tunnel site, and we would have to have a good relationship with the contractor in order to be able to start our works in a way that would be completed satisfactorily, with the best interest of the taxpayer in mind, in order to be able to say, let's press the button and do those works now. We don't have that relationship with the contractor. We therefore don't want to start works that will potentially go on for longer and cost the taxpayer more because of the nature of the relationship with the contractor. And so we will not be prepared to start spending money on the approach works and until we actually have the tunnel site in our own control. We also don't want to put a date out there, Mr. Speaker, for the simple reason that if we put a date out there that people are going to hold the government to, and the government will be embarrassed if it doesn't meet that date, then the contractor, with whom we have a very fractious relationship, will say, now I have one over the government, because if they don't complete by the 16th of August 2022, the opposition and the public will be saying, haha, you see, you failed the deadline, etc. We're not prepared to stick our colours to the mast on any date that we are given by this contractor. We have seen the most disgraceful Spanish practices in the context of the relationship that we have had with this contractor, and we look forward to no longer having them on site in Gibraltar.
Question number 201 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how has the government taken up with Spain and or the UK and or the EU the current problems of mobility across the border faced by British residents who do not hold red ID cards, and what indications of resolution have there been?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member opposite is aware, and as I have said publicly on a number of occasions, the United Kingdom, Spain and Gibraltar have been in continued contact on this issue. However, this must sadly be seen against the legal reality that exists for British citizens as a result of the United Kingdom's departure from the European Union. The fluid movement of persons across the border between Gibraltar and Spain remains a key part of the envisaged agreement for the future relationship of Gibraltar with the European Union. Until that agreement is concluded, however, Spain is bound to apply the EU Schengen Border Code. This provides for a greater intensity of controls at the border with what the European Union terms third country nationals. The code obliges border guards to check and stamp passports and also to question border crossers on matters like the purpose of their visit into the Schengen area and to request proof of their means of subsistence. Gibraltarian residents of Gibraltar who hold red ID cards have been temporarily exempted by Spain from this requirement pending the negotiation of a new treaty. Mr. Speaker, in the event of a no negotiated outcome, the full application of the EU Schengen Border Code would be the default position for all third country nationals entering the Schengen area, and this would include red ID card Gibraltarian holders.
Mr. Speaker, and clearly we hope that there will be a successful, safe and beneficial agreement negotiated. But in terms of this specific aspect, can I just ask this? As Chief Minister knows, the situation's changed twice. Originally, there were assurances given, public assurances, that there was going to be status quo at the border, and in fact, if I can loosely call blue ID card holders, blue civil registration card holders, were going across the border in the same way as they were before. Then it changed at some points, several months ago, it changed to the point where they were still able to do so, but on the basis that their passports would be stamped on the way in and on the way out. It's changed again recently, as he knows, so that they are now requiring documentation to justify where the person is going and that sort of thing. I understand that the answer that he's given, but of course assurances had originally been given during the course of the initial throes of the discussions or negotiations. Is it the case, therefore, that we now need to await the negotiations, and is it the case that it is not possible to obtain interim assurances of status quo, original status quo, for those holders of non-red ID cards?
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Gibraltar has vociferously sought that blue ID card holders have the benefits that they had, which are the same benefits that red ID card holders currently continue to enjoy, until we have a negotiated outcome in the discussions between the European Union and the United Kingdom, which involve Gibraltar and Spain. We have been unable to secure that. We are seeking a concession, Mr. Speaker, in that respect. It is not impossible that by seeking that concession too aggressively, we may simply lose the concession that we presently enjoy. I don't want to say too much about this because I don't want to put at risk the concession that we presently enjoy. But I would say that it is legally wrong and politically unhelpful, or rather, let me rephrase that. It is legally wrong and diplomatically unhelpful for people to allege that they are being discriminated against because one class of ID card holder in Gibraltar is being given a more favorable treatment. Because those who are not being given the favorable treatment are being given the treatment that European law requires. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman should take it from me, and every blue ID card holder should take it from me, that the Deputy Chief Minister, the Attorney General, and I, and indeed the United Kingdom authorities, have made vociferous representations seeking to have blue ID card holders continue to have the concession that they had until recently. We have not been able to achieve that, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to try and seek that. We will continue to be as vociferous behind closed doors in seeking that concession, in seeking that goodwill, Mr. Speaker, but we have to understand the parameters in which we are operating. So, in order to try and represent this in some way that is less perhaps controversial, if you were entering a state that deals with everyone in the same way, and that state were to decide that it wants to deal with one particular group in a particularly positive way, and that group is discernible in some objective way, then by everybody else alleging discrimination, all that is likely to happen is that the party that is giving the concession is going to say, well, bugger it, I don't want to be called a discriminator. I'll treat everyone the same way. So we have to be very careful. That's not to fail to understand the plight that some of those who are blue ID card holders are in. That's why the Deputy Chief Minister, the Attorney General, and I have invested so much time in making the argument in their favour in these negotiations. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that we either favourably finish these negotiations or we will always get the same treatment that blue ID card holders are getting at the moment. And indeed, let us not be discriminatory ourselves. That is the treatment that is given to all other category of ID card holders who are not also EU nationals, Mr. Speaker, because we have other third country nationals in Gibraltar who are not British citizens who are also going to be subject to that treatment. So we have green ID card holders, for example, Mr. Speaker, who are non-EEA nationals who are resident in Gibraltar, and they're having the same treatment as well, and we mustn't forget them either. So this is a vexed issue. I can see that there's an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to try and make oneself the champion of this class of person. I have received an extraordinary number of communications from people in this situation. I have tried, and I think I have replied to all of them. If I haven't, I encourage those who have got in touch with me to get in touch with me again. The former Minister for Europe, Wendy Morton, was in touch with a large number also. We have a communication that we agreed with the former Minister for Europe we would send, which sets out some hints and tips as to how to deal with this issue in a way that is, we think, helpful. And Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that we need to ensure that we don't cause ourselves a problem by failing to understand the legal nature of what is happening at the crossing point between Gibraltar and the European Union at La Linea at the moment. That frontier is at the moment already an external frontier of the Schengen space, subject to the Schengen Border Code. We mustn't pretend it's not.
Next question.
Question number 202 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how many applications for non-red civilian registration cards have there been since the 1st of January 2021, and of those, how many have been granted or refused, and how many were pending at 9th of May 2022?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will now hand over a schedule with the information the Honourable Gentleman has sought.
Mr. Speaker, can I just ask the honourable member, some months ago I asked him about a policy issue that was holding up the so-called self-sufficient applications. Has that been resolved, or is that still pending the discussions?
Mr. Speaker, the outcome of that discussion will depend very much on the outcome of the treaty negotiations.
Question number 203 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can the government provide a list of the departments and public authorities and agencies that currently operate public counters for interaction with members of the public and the opening hours of each such counter?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question with 204.
Question number 204 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, will the government be increasing the opening hours of public counters operated by government departments or public authorities, or opening counters at departments that do not currently operate open public counters?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I now hand over a schedule with the information requested. All other departments that do not operate public counters or have not returned to their pre-COVID-19 counter services interact with members of the public via e-government services, email, telephone, or by pre-booked appointment. Mr. Speaker, in relation to question 184, there are currently no plans to open public counters longer or indeed open new ones. Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar is, however, planning to develop a one-stop hub to afford help and support to those persons who require assistance with online systems.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Chief Minister is aware, but this is one of the more municipal issues that constantly gets the attention of people and gets raised with members on this side of the House. There is significant public disquiet about public counters. He's handed me a schedule, and I'll look at it and review it. But that there would be significant public disquiet to hear him say that there are no plans to open for longer hours or new ones. People's engagement with e-government is not a smooth or seamless process. It sometimes doesn't work in the way that people would like it to work. So in terms of finding alternatives, people still think that there should be public counters open across the board in terms of the services, all public services, so that they can engage with real people to solve the problems that they have on the ground. Can I ask him to reflect on the second aspect of his answer? And while, of course, it is right that they should look for alternatives like bolstering the process of e-government and making sure it's more efficient and so on, and I know that they've invested money on e-government, and it's a different debate to see whether there's value for money on that investment, because many millions have been spent on that, and it doesn't appear to trickle down to people in a fast, efficient way. That's a different debate for another day. But in terms of this issue, giving alternatives to people so that they can engage with public servants, can I ask him to reflect on the second aspect of the answer? Because people would be saying, as they do to members on this side, that they want counters open across the board and for longer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, it will be no surprise to him that although I have no time to follow him on social media, people have nothing better to do than send me what he says on social media. So I end up having to see it as it floods my WhatsApp feed when I've got better things to do, like, for example, communicate with him on some matter or other. And, Mr. Speaker, I found particularly entertaining that he made a headline of the issue of opening public counters on one of his social media feeds with big blue letters. Yeah. Because I mean, he's right. These are the things that matter to people. You know, I can negotiate. I can break my neck negotiating 24 hours a day, bring back the best deal in the world, just like Churchill won the war, and get kicked out because counter's not open, or somebody on the counter's not polite. And the honourable gentleman, like a politician, will make hay of that, Mr. Speaker, and as he has, so be it. I mean, that, I guess, is municipal politics at its best, Mr. Speaker. But look, we've said we're opening a general counter. And that general counter, the honourable gentleman reminds me, as I thought, will deal not just with digital issues. It will be a general counter where you can do all of your counter stuff with the government, right? So there will be a counter. You can do all your counter stuff with the government at that counter. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, honour should be satisfied and counters should be provided for all the government stuff. But I just want to, because I've tried to understand this point was raised in the Cabinet long before it was raised in his social media feed. And we've been wrestling with this since the first lockdown and the aftermath of the first lockdown. I've given him some answers. And the only counters that are not open at the moment are 6. So the government has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 departments with counters that are opened, and 6 have not reopened. So of all of the counters that we had before, we have less than a third that haven't reopened. One of the ones that hasn't reopened is the Human Resources Department. That's really an internal issue because there's not much interaction with the general public in human resources. The other one is maritime. Maritime is really principally an area of international business that we do online. I've had no complaints about either the Human Resources Department counter being closed or the Maritime Department counter being closed. The other one is town planning and building control. I've had absolutely no complaints whatsoever about that counter being closed because most people were urging us to be able to do those things more efficiently online. The government law officers and the Office of Criminal Prosecutions and Litigation had a counter, and that has not reopened. Apparently, it was a historic counter. I don't know whether it was in a historic building or historically we had a counter, I'm told, which was for Gazette matters. Again, nobody has complained about that because most of the people who are involved in putting adverts on the Gazette were gagging for us to be able to offer them the opportunity to do that online and send us the money online and send us the advert as a PDF. So nobody's complained about that. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 other counters. I mean, I've now dealt with 4. There are 10 that are open. These are the other 4. Nobody's complained about these 4. The other 2 that we have are the CSRO and the Housing Works Agency. The Housing Works Agency has traditionally always taken its complaints by the phone. Some people wanted to turn up to make their complaints in person. But, Mr. Speaker, the phone has seemed to be the most efficient way of doing it. I haven't had any complaints myself about the Housing Works Agency counters being closed. The only other counter that remains closed is the CSRO, the Civil Status and Registration Office. But of course, the Civil Status and Registration Office, which deals at its counters with passport and nationality matters, immigration and visa matters, births, deaths and marriages, has not failed to deal with every birth, every death and every marriage in Gibraltar. The applications for immigration and visa that we've had, most of those were always dealt with remotely because it was people applying for visas to Gibraltar, so they made the application remotely. And passports and nationality. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell the honourable gentleman from the volume of applications for exemptions in respect of nationality and passports that I've dealt with that, I can't imagine that we would have had more applications if the counter was open. And I personally have had no complaints about people saying, I can't go to the counter at the CSRO. So I am left, Mr. Speaker, with concern that people are expressing for some reason a concern about government counters, which I don't think is related to the fact that these 6 have not reopened in the way that they were open before. A lot is being done online. The process of going online is painful because you have to register, the system is imperfect, but we're getting there. I, Mr. Speaker, have had my own issues with going online and registering, etc. I don't mind saying so. The Honourable Minister for Digital Services had to hold my hand through the process of registration, etc. But once you're there, that's it, you're registered. If you're of an age, you don't want to do that, you might not understand it. Very few people now of an age who don't want to do that. Because remember, Mr. Speaker, that 20 years ago, when somebody who was 60 retired, they were probably already using email. That person is 80 now. But we've got a place where they can be guided through these issues, and we will continue to support paper, because as the Honourable Minister has said, we're going to have a general counter, not just for digital services, but also for all paper services. So now there will be a counter that will deal with all matters that the government deals with. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is the direction in which we have to continue. If the Honourable Gentleman receives a complaint about a particular counter, please, he should get in touch with me, because I'm trying to understand where it is that the failing to the public is, so that we can put it right. If it won't be put right by the general counter that we will open, which we think is the right way to resolve this problem. But he should note, Mr. Speaker, that we have a lot of counters in operation, and those counters, some of them are open extended hours already until 5 o'clock. That's why we're not thinking of extending till later. Some of them are extended hours until 7 o'clock at night. Obviously, the RGP counter is open 24 hours a day. So, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to see where the problem actually lies, but we're listening, and we want to resolve the problem if we can, in a way that makes sense as we go digital and we make the investment into digital and see that bear some fruit.
Mr. Speaker, obviously I'll look through the schedule, but it did strike me, so just looking very quickly through the schedule, so there are areas of public service engagement where it's not mentioned, so things like DLSS, for example, that traditionally you've been able to, I think, engage with DLSS, where the health service is not there. I can't see it on the list. I may have missed it, but I don't see that health authority there. I don't see the tax office. It may be, that there needs to be a wider trawl of services, because clearly people engage with different aspects of the public service, not just the ones on that list, and we shouldn't. It may be that the list that has been provided to the members opposite doesn't actually cater for everything in all aspects. So worth looking at perhaps in a bit more detail. Secondly, can I just ask, in terms of his answer on there will be a general counter that helps you across the board on all services, I'm not sure. He gave a long answer at the beginning, so he may have said it, but where would that be, and when will it open?
So, Mr. Speaker, let me just take the last question first. On the 15th of June, in the building which is opposite Macintosh Hall that used to be Lloyd's Bank, as people know it, which is presently being used to help people through the digital process. And there are some building works to finalize, but we understand that that's on time, and we'll be able to provide that service from then or thereabouts. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the health or DLSS counters came into scope in the sense that they were never closed, as I understand it. There were always different provision made. All that has happened there in DLSS, for example, is that a counter became an appointment service, and people are seen, but they're just not seen at the counter anymore, which in any event, we were always told didn't provide the confidentiality required, or rather the privacy required, when people arrived to the counter. DLSS payments continue to be made on a counter basis, Mr. Speaker, and we were only shut down for a very short time there, where we did the direct payments, as I understand it. Tax, Mr. Speaker, I think, I don't know whether tax is something that shut down and didn't reopen, and I think we've approached this on the basis of things that shut down and didn't reopen. I think that the relationship now with taxes is done in a different way. It's just not done on the basis of making people queue up. I think people are given an opportunity to register online, etc. But look, I'm keen to see where it is that the Honourable Gentleman thinks that the problems are, so that we understand it as well. In case there is any lacuna after what we've said, and the opening of the new facility, and the online facility. But I would urge people, Mr. Speaker, to give the online facility a chance, even though the registration process is initially difficult. Look, I found it extraordinarily difficult to register for online banking. It took me ages to do, and It was always an imperfect process for me. I left it 2 or 3 times halfway through because I couldn't find the sort code and I couldn't find the account number and et cetera, et cetera. When I finally did it, a whole new world appeared to open up for me, which now with my phone and my thumb, I'm able to buy the occasional chocolate bar if I'm allowed it by my dietitian, etc. Mr. Speaker, I think that when you go through that process, it works and it works well, and it makes everything easier going forward. Many years ago, I stopped using checks to pay for stuff, and I went on to direct debit. This is in the days before digital and all the rest of it, and I never missed a bill since, because I went on to direct debit. And that's what we're encouraging people to do. It has an extraordinarily positive effect also on debt to government, because since the Honourable Lady was in housing, for example, she managed that process for new tenants so that new tenants went on to direct debits, and elderly tenants were also assisted so that they went on to direct debits. And although I know that lots of people like to go out and the counter and all the rest of it, on rainy weeks, having to go out to the counter, etc., wasn't exactly a pleasure. And a lot of people welcomed the fact that they could go onto the direct debits. So there are different ways of engaging with the government, more modern ways of engaging with the government. It's never going to be seamless, but we try our best to make it as seamless as possible. And I'd be very interested to hear and to cooperate with the Honourable Gentleman if he identifies areas of, as I said, of lacunae, of gaps between the service that we will provide from the 15th of June, the service we are starting to provide electronically, and the service we continue to provide at counters.
Question, because I detected from his answer that perhaps the answer provided to me has been drafted on the basis that I was asking about which department had closed its counters. That's not what I asked, Mr. Speaker. What in fact I asked was for the government to provide a list of the departments and public authorities that currently operate public counters for interaction with members of the public. So if the health authority had not closed its counters but continued to operate them, then they should be on this list. So if for whatever reason the list has been prepared wrongly on a different basis, then can I ask, perhaps he could ask whoever has prepared this list to do a wider trawl across departments, and if that's the case, then an updated schedule could perhaps be sent to me at once it's ready.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to look at that. I think that do not currently operate public counters has been read as previously did and no longer do. I don't know whether that is a helpful indication of why. Yeah.
A member gives way. That's the second question. The first question says, can the government provide a list of the departments, public authorities and agencies that currently operate public counters? So the first question is, give me the list of everybody who's operating a public counter. So that's clear. That doesn't ask about whether it's been closed and has reopened. I mean, I can see the point that he's about to make on 204, but not on 203, I would say.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate his point. And I can see why on 204 the interpretation would have been correct. Why on 203 it's a request for a general trawl, and the Honourable Gentleman has said departments and public authorities, and I don't know whether it has been interpreted as departments, and public authorities has not been deemed to include the GHA. He'll note I didn't challenge that part of his first statement. Yes, indeed. So, Mr. Speaker, or whether somebody has decided that a counter is not what we operate at the GHA. Because we do public interaction in the GHA, but we may not formally do it in something that is a counter. But I'm quite happy, Mr. Speaker, to ask that this be checked to ensure that the trawl has been as wide as the Honourable Gentleman wished us to trawl, and that we can have greater clarity going forward if he, when he sees the new list I will send him, considers it's necessary.
Honourable Roy Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one supplementary. Not too long ago, Mr. Speaker, for the information of the Chief Minister, I was actually stopped down Main Street by a businessman who found it very frustrating that he couldn't get through to the tax office. He couldn't get a response by email, he couldn't get through on the telephone, he couldn't get any kind of interaction with them. Now, obviously, that's not good for the government because, you know, he may have to pay taxes or something else. And I understand... Sorry? Well, who knows? But of course, you know, the government services are there to serve the public, and there has to be an interaction. I understand the desire to move towards e-government, but in specialist areas such as tax, I mean, for example, I can't quite see how a general counter would work, because you would have to have it staffed by a tax office specialist, would have to have access to their records and everything else. That's purely an extension of a tax office. Why not just keep it in a tax office? Why spend the money to set up a branch of a tax office? Just send people to the tax office, which is where the information is. But, Mr. Speaker, I think what I'm trying to say is I would ask the Chief Minister to consider that when he's considering these wholesale reforms, at least phase them in, and bear in mind that if you're going to withdraw one form of interaction, you have to either allow time for it or make sure that if they are not going to be able to have face-to-face communication, that the other lines of communication are retained open.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman because that's exactly the indication I was asking we should get so that we can try and understand where these complaints are coming from. I'm surprised that the Honourable Gentleman has referred us to the tax office because I know that the tax office does an excellent job of communicating with taxpayers. He just needs to look at the amounts that we've paid in rebates to see just how well we are communicating with taxpayers. Of course, if a taxpayer wants to get in touch with the tax office, that is for a good reason, and we are there to serve the public, not just in the tax office, but in every department, and we must be accessible to the public. And undoubtedly, everywhere around the world, the COVID pandemic has made government more remote from the citizen. And as we go back, we have to ensure that we go back to providing the service, not just to the standard that we used to provide it, but to a higher standard, which is what we think we can do with the introduction of electronic systems. We don't agree with him that the central counter becomes an outpost of every department. In fact, in many instances, many people attend counters simply to collect forms, or simply to deposit forms. And you have in many departments, people staffing counters for the purposes simply of waiting for somebody to come to deposit a form or ask for a form or make a payment. In some instances, Mr. Speaker, people come to a counter to, in effect, make an appointment with somebody who is not the person behind the counter, who is the specialist that will deal with them. In the tax office, in many instances, you will turn up and you will speak to somebody who's at the counter, and you will then go inside to speak to the person who's the specialist in the field that handles your particular tax affair. And so it will be possible to have that initial interaction in the central area and then make the appointment to go to the tax office on the day when you're going to be seen by the specialist, for example. There is a lot more that can be done in a central government counter, which is more efficient and not less efficient, because the way that the Honourable Gentleman has presented it, it would be less efficient to create a colonial outpost of each government department in a central government department for government departments. So that would be a new department, which would be a department of departments, to put it in US minister speak. And that is not what we are seeking to pursue, and I wouldn't dare to suggest that sitting next to the Minister for Efficiency, Mr. Speaker. So it's quite the opposite, and I hope that after we've opened the counter of counters, we will be able to see an appreciable increase in the efficiency of the service, the availability of the services, and the ability of the citizen to interact with the public sector in a way that is favourable for those who do not want or are not able to do so electronically or through the existing counters.
Next question.
Question number 205 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what is the state of the further investigation being conducted into the child grooming case in respect of which a report was delivered to government by Gillian Guzman QC? What issues are being considered and investigated, and by whom?
Answer, the Honourable, the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the investigation is led by the Office of the Chief Secretary. The investigation is considering, first of all, whether any changes should be conducted, should be carried out or conducted in respect of laws or practice in the subject matter area as a result of the Guzman report, and whether any human resources issues arise in respect thereof.
Mr. Speaker, as I understand, the report was delivered some time ago. So was the further investigation commissioned immediately thereafter or more recently? If so, irrespective of the timing of when it was commissioned, does he have I assume he commissioned it, or I'm assuming that, but he'll clarify whether it was somebody else who commissioned it. Whoever commissioned it, did whoever commissioned it give the Chief Secretary an indication of when they would like to receive the report of that body?
Mr. Speaker, I did not commission the review or the investigation. I referred the Guzman report to the Chief Secretary because of the concerns it raised with me. The Chief Secretary himself had received a copy of the Guzman report. I mean, he is a former Director of Education. And he himself considered that it was necessary to, as a result of the report and the things that the report told us, to do some further work with the benefit of the report on the basis of reviewing whether anything should now change as a result of Ms. Guzman's recommendations, and whether any human resources consequences should arise. That is, therefore, his investigation under his remit being run by his office.
Mr. Speaker, do I take it, so as he decided that, is he running the investigation, or has he asked other people, has he tasked other people to run with that investigation within his department? Does it have, is it just people within his department? Does it have external support of any type? What kind of, does he know who's doing it? I mean, I'm not asking for names, but...
Well, Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, the Chief Secretary is running this. But I don't know whether the Chief Secretary is actually doing the running on this. I mean, this is his investigation or review, and he is the person who is deciding who should be doing any work that is required. I mean, I assume he'll be doing some work with some of the Honourable Ladies' departments, some of Professor Cortez's departments, and with some of my departments, in the sense that the Human Resources Department is also formerly my department. But he's doing that, Mr. Speaker, and it's being run entirely independently by him. His view and my view of the issues that the Guzman report raised were probably in the same way as with him, exactly the same, and we both agreed that that this needed to be now looked into in these respects, because I think the Guzman report makes clear what the next steps should be.
Question number 206 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, will the government be financially assisting the charity possibilities in its project, and if so, has it made an assessment of the likely financial or other assistance to this project?
Answer, the Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are considering some financial assistance and possibilities to help them with refurbishing the old St. Martin's School. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that we will touch upon as part of the budget debate, given that all liabilities in respect of this will arise in this financial year.
Is the Chief Minister willing to share the kind of projection, or is he saying that, read between the lines, wait for the budget debate?
Read between the lines, Mr. Speaker, wait for the budget debate, because it is a liability arising in this financial year. It requires a debate, and formally, I think the money cannot actually be deemed to be used for this purpose until the House has voted it, because it is money arising after the 1st of April.
Mr. Speaker, and is this going to be a sort of one-off financial assistance in terms of the refurbishment of St. Martin's, or is this going to be a sort of recurring assistance in terms of the management of the project and so on, or is that going to then depend on in effect, private sector or charity funding?
Well, it'll be a combination of all those, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that we anticipate assisting the fantastic people who have set up possibilities, who have brilliant ideas to extend what they used to do already as Little Smiles, and to provide a magnificent service going forward, which the Honourable Lady has looked at in great detail, and Professor Cortez has looked at in great detail. They are an absolutely impressive bunch of people. Ironically, they are an impressive bunch of ladies. I don't say that to be discriminatory, but only because all of the people who've come to see me about this on every occasion have been ladies, and they are really committed. They are really working and have been working for many years to have the credibility to put to the government that we should support them. You know, they have been working for many years providing services to end users who have benefited from what they do, whose parents have entrusted the people behind possibilities with their children. And so, Mr. Speaker, given that we have nothing more precious than our children, when we entrust them to someone, those persons have really demonstrated their bona fides and their ability and their commitment. And, Mr. Speaker, the model that we have in mind here, I don't want to anticipate the debate on the budget, but the model that we have in mind here is very much the model that has worked so well in the context of the concept of Clubhouse, Mr. Speaker. The problem is, I think Emily Oliveiro every time I think of Clubhouse, and I forget the name of the organization, and Emily has now retired. And you know, the incredible work that is done by some people in Gibraltar, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes we don't speak about often enough. You know, when it comes to mental health issues, when it comes to issues of childcare, like Childline, when it comes to issues of mental health, also like GibSAMS, and when it comes to issues like possibilities, and assisting people with disabilities, governments can do things, but no government of any political hue or complexion can do things with a heart, because we end up doing things in a way that is institutional. It is impossible for us to do them in any other way, however much money we might throw at it, whatever disguise we may put upon it, Mr. Speaker. But when you have people who are themselves touched by these issues, who are deeply personally committed to these issues, and I emphasize this, Mr. Speaker, have the track record of having delivered services to people who have entrusted them with their children and have demonstrated that they can discharge those functions for years, then the government is able to say this is a worthy recipient of government support in combination with charitable monies in order to continue to provide that service in an enhanced way to the benefit of people in our community who require these services. And Clubhouse is perhaps the most striking and successful example to date, alongside other examples like Childline and GibSAMS where the government helps. In the context of the Clubhouse proposal, honourable members will know that the government seconded an individual who had the interest in this field from a government job to Clubhouse. And this is the same model that we're looking at here, seconding a government individual or an individual who's employed by the government who will now be involved in running that. And part of the government's contribution is that person, because that person will no longer be discharging a function, doing something else in government. They will be doing that, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I have only praise for the way in which those who are behind possibilities have approached us, the way that they've worked with us, the way that they've answered lists of questions that are necessary to answer these days under MAPA rules, under safeguarding rules, the establishment of the whole principle. These are not things that can be done on the basis that they might have been done before, where you thought something was a good idea and you just run with it. You have to really go through vigorous processes, and we have, Mr. Speaker, and I very much look forward, if there's anything left to be said in the budget debate, to saying so and to seeking an appropriation from this House to support this magnificent group of people, which I hope people will all vote in favour of, because if they vote against it, Mr. Speaker, they'll be voting against these magnificent people and the work that they do.
We have two sets of questions from two separate ministers.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may be of assistance. My throat is dry, and you have been sitting there for 3.5 hours hearing me rabbit on. I wonder whether this might be a convenient moment for the House to at least take a 15-minute break and then return for other questions.
The House will recess for 15 minutes and return at 7:15.
Mr. Speaker. We will now resume with question number 87 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, has the government signed the contract in respect of the future St. Mary's School with the developers of that site? And if so, what are the financial terms of the agreement? And how long will the agreement run for?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the government entered into an agreement for underlease with the developers of the new St. Mary's Lower Primary School, namely Town Range Developments Limited, on the 30th of September 2021. The term of the agreement for underlease is not specified, as it continues only until the underlease itself is signed. Albeit there are terms that have a continuing effect and continue for as long as is necessary to give effect to the provisions of the agreement for underlease. The underlease itself, which will replace the agreement for underlease, would be signed only once a property is completed and ready for occupation and all areas properly measured. The financial terms of the agreement for underlease remain the same as those laid before Parliament in the December 2019 session by the Honourable Gilbert Likudi in answers to questions from the Honourable Roy Clinton, and are therefore already public.
Mr. Speaker, my recollection, hence the question, of that session in Parliament in December 2019 was there was an aspect where the Minister at the time, the Honourable Mr. Ligui, I had an exchange with him where he indicated that there still had to be an agreement on the, they had roughly agreed the price per square foot, but there hadn't been a final agreement of the financial terms. So that's the reason for the question. There was an indication of possible terms, but not final terms. And perhaps the honourable member could update that.
Mr. Speaker, I will refer the honourable member to answer to the answer to question 245 of 2019, which actually does give a figure per square foot. And from my reading it, unless it's a different discussion, a different question session from my reading it now, again, doesn't refer to any uncertainty. So perhaps that was previous, but the answer to question 245 seems to me to very clearly state how much it was.
I'm trying to pull it up on my screen, but towards the end, if the honourable member has it in front of him, towards the end, I think there was a discussion, an exchange with me, where the minister at the time indicated that there were aspects that needed to be negotiated. If that's not the case in the current answer he's got in front of me, well, then I will go back and reflect on the answer that he's pointed me to, and if there are follow-up questions, I'll do it again at the next session.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to entertain any queries, whether at the next session or between.
Question number 88 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm whether the recently announced decision to convert a number of supply teachers into permanent posts had any cost effect in terms of future pension entitlement?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, supply teachers engaged on fixed-term contracts are eligible to subscribe to the contributory pension scheme. The only increase projected therefore relates to progression of the salary scale for which supply workers are not eligible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I get a clarification? I was under the impression that a supply teacher with a fixed term, if they're lucky enough and later become substantive in their position, there's a time period or whatever when they may opt, for example, if I have worked on supply for 1 or 2 years before, that they may opt to sort of make payments of the contributions that would have been payable then for their part of the pension, and therefore that would equate that the government as the employer would also have to pay the contribution. Is that interpretation correct?
No, Mr. Speaker, that is not what I have said. The fixed-term contract supply teachers are eligible to subscribe already as a result of that fixed-term contract to the pension scheme.
Next question.
Question 89 of 2022. The Hon. E.J. Phillips, on behalf of the Hon. Miss M.D. Hassan Naun.
Mr. Speaker, are there any plans for cycling lanes in the new schools?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with question 154.
Question number 154 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Phillips, on behalf of the Honourable Miss M.D. Hassan Naun.
Mr. Speaker, what provisions will there be in the new East Side project to incorporate cycling infrastructure?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the provision of cycle lanes in the area of the new schools being built on Europort Avenue and in the area of the East Side project are being considered as part of the wider cycling infrastructure project for Gibraltar. Plans are being developed to provide these in these areas and others.
Mr. Speaker, just in relation to the schools, was there no consideration given to the potential for the use of cycle lanes during that period of time when the schools were sort of envisaged? I would have thought that, sort of given the commitment contained in manifestos by the government, that might have been a bit more of a priority rather than look at the sort of scoping it beyond that, as you seem to be doing now.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the school project team is discussing, I didn't say who it was discussing with, but it's discussing with the Traffic and Transport Department the incorporation of cycle lanes around the schools. Clearly, I mentioned the ones on Europort Avenue because the new St. Mary's School in Town Range, there isn't the space. But in Europort, the intention is, the discussions are now how we can align it in such a way, considering the changes that are also going to happen in Europort Avenue. In fact, I had discussions only last week with the Honourable Paul Balvang about the matter.
Question number 155 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise if the Jewish Old People's Home has been privatised, and if so, to whom was the contract awarded and on what date?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with questions 156 to 161.
Question 156 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise what is its policy in respect to the claim and award of social insurance study credits?
Question 157 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Speaker, can the government please provide the total gross debt, aggregate debt after application of a sinking fund to gross debt, cash reserves and net debt figures for public debts for the following dates: 1st of September 2021, 1st of October 2021, 1st of November 2021, 1st of December 2021, 1st of January 2022, 1st of February 2022, 1st of March 2022, and the 1st of April 2022.
Question 158 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise the balance on the General Sinking Fund on the following dates: 1st of September 2021, 1st of October 2021, 1st of November 2021, 1st of December 2021, 1st of January 2022, 1st of February 2022, 1st of March 2022, and the 1st of April 2022.
Question number 159 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government provide a list of subsidiaries and legal entities in which Economic Development and Employment Company Limited owns shares?
Question number 160 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government provide a breakdown of its gross direct borrowing as at the 31st of March 2022, listing all debentures issued and banks borrowed from?
Question number 161 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government advise the total and a detailed breakdown of external gross borrowing of all government or Gibraltar Development Corporation owned companies, with the exception of the Gibraltar International Bank, as at the 31st of March 2022?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, the Jewish home has not been privatized. The policy inherited from the previous administration is as follows. The Income Tax Office receives application and awards study credits to students on the basis of documentary evidence being provided as to the period and the place of study for which a credits are being sought. The underlying requirement for eligibility is that the applicant must be in insurable employment as defined in the Social Security brackets Employment Injuries Insurance Act, close brackets. The credits are applied for the weeks during the whole of the duration which the applicant is undergoing the study. The gross debt estimated for September 21 to January 22 was £747.7 million. For February and March 22, it was £727.7 million. The aggregate debt was September 21 to January 22, 727.7 million, and February and March, 752.7 million. The estimated cash reserves have been as follows. September 33 million, October 31.8, November 44.1, December 29.1, January 19.5, February 33.7, March 32.7. The net debt has been as follows. September 694.7 million pounds, October 695.9, November 683.6, December 698.6, January 708.2, February 719, March 720. The requested figures for April 22 are in the draft estimate book, which the Honourable Member already has. The balance on the General Sinking Fund until March 22 was the same as previously stated for April. With effect from the 1st of April 22, the balance is 25.4 million. Economic Development and Employment Company owns shares in the following: Construction Training Company Limited, Employment Training Company Limited, Graduate Research and Development Company, Skills Enhancement Training Company Limited, Supported Employment Company Limited, Gibraltar General Construction Company Limited, Gibraltar National Exploration of Minerals, Gas and Oil Company, R&B Investments Company Limited, Zero Carbon Footprint Company Limited. The breakdown of gross direct borrowing as of the 31st of March 22 was debentures issued September 14, 147.7 million pounds. Debentures issued October 14, 100 million pounds. Debentures issued October 19, 75 million pounds. Debentures issued June 20, 50 million pounds. The bank's borrowing are Gibraltar Bank, Gibraltar International Bank, 150 million, and NatWest International, 275 million. The borrowing of all the companies was 383.29 million, of which 300 million was by Gibraltar Capital Assets in respect of the housing estates, which the Honourable Member already knows. The balance of the others was ES Limited 52.8 million, Gibraltar Bus Company 53,000, GCP Investments 9.32 million, Gibraltar Capax Limited 21.44 million.
Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence as I go through. Mr. Speaker, just a very simple question. I think I may have misheard the Honourable Minister on the gross debt level, the 1st of February 2022. If you could just give me that number again, I'd be grateful. 1st of February 2022.
The gross debt. Okay, let me go back. Don't know what it
On
is.
the second page, I think it's 719. Could it be 719?
I lost the second page. Thank you. Net debt, gross debt. And the total gross debt. Thank you. ¿Cuál es el gross debt? Este es net.
That's the second page.
No, he wants the gross debt. No, not the net debt. The cash reserve. No, the gross debt. Oh yes, here it is. Yeah, it was the same for February and March. 747.7. February 7, 747.7 million, February and March.
The minister could check. He gave me the aggregate debt, i.e., after a sinking fund of 752.7. Does he recognise that number? And if the sinking fund was 20, would the aggregate debt, or the gross debt rather, be 772.7?
An arithmetical error would have to go back and check. I mean, I'm giving him the numbers that have been provided to me by the Treasury, so.
I'm grateful to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to ask much in the way of supplementaries in terms of the answers he's given to me on the financial information. I'll digest that later. But I would ask him, Mr. Speaker, about his answer to my question on 156 on the claim of social insurance study credits. I mean, as he knows, we have corresponded on one particular case. But the issue is this, Mr. Speaker. According to the social insurance contributions regulations, Section 14B, 14B1, a student should not be liable to pay contributions under the Act as an insured person in respect of any week in which he is a student, including periods of vacation. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a case has come to my attention, and I pass it on to Sir Joe, where one person was actually refused study credits, and I'll quote from the letter this person was sent. And it says, in order for these credits to be awarded, a person should have been registered for social insurance purposes before starting studies in the UK. Now, Speaker, this kind of may create this kind of perverse situation, whereas if you have a summer job at the age of 15 selling sweets, and your colleague beside you doesn't, you can then claim study credits later, whereas if he hasn't had a summer job, he can't, if he hasn't registered for a job in Gibraltar. I'm not sure that was the intention in the provision in the Act, and I'm just wondering whether the Minister has been able to come to determination as to what is the application of the Act, because otherwise the government should be advising all students who go away to study to ensure that they are pre-registered for employment. Otherwise, there will be this kind of, I mean, I don't want to use the word discrimination, I say unequal effect of the application of this provision in the Act, where you could have one individual who may spend 1 hour selling sweets during the summer, who gets 4 years worth of study credits, and his colleague who hasn't gets nothing. I was wondering if the Minister come to a determination on that.
Mr. Speaker, the question is, what is our policy on this? And I've pointed out that we haven't even introduced any new policy. I mean, this is it's always been like that. I mean, it might even have been like that when I was in government in '96, for all I know. So I'm surprised that there should be a loophole of that magnitude, and in the 50 years that I've been here, nobody's raised it until now. But all I can tell him is that I am providing the explanation that the tax officer provided me with. And it appears that it has always been the case that you cannot get credits if you're not in the insurance schemes before you ask for the credit. And I can see that there is some logic in that. If you are not insured in Gibraltar under the social insurance scheme, then you are not a member of the scheme. And presumably, the reason why you have to be to have paid at least one contribution beforehand was to be in the scheme in order to be able to apply for the credit. Because if you've never been in the scheme, then there may not be a way of making the application, I imagine. Now, I think as a result of this exchange, I will ask the tax office to take a look at this and see if there is a loophole where people are being unfairly left out of this opportunity, and look at the possibility of amending if it's possible. But it may be, you see, that if you remove that criteria of being a member first, you may open it to many other categories of people other than the one it's intended to help. I think we need to have technical advice from the people in the tax office on that.
I'm grateful to the Minister, and I do appreciate his assistance on this. Mr. Speaker, just one other supplementary in terms of the Jewish Old People's Home. I mean, the reason I raised the question is because Unite in a public statement suggested that there had been some form of privatization that had occurred at the Jewish Old People's Home. Is it perhaps not the entire service has been privatized, but perhaps elements of it, if the Minister would care to perhaps clarify?
Mr. Speaker, nothing is being privatized. The position is that there are currently 8 senior citizens who are resident in the John McIntosh home who will be moving to the refurbished former Jewish home, which was closed some 8 years ago. But the 8 beds left vacant will continue to be in the John McIntosh home in the public sector. So this is not beds being taken from the public to the private. This is people moving from the public to the private, and the beds in the public remaining at the same level. So it is not a conversion of existing facilities into the private, which is what privatization is. This is creating a private facility which will have additional beds, and the beds that are being vacated will then be filled by people who are on the waiting list to enter into the elderly residential service.
So, Mr. Speaker, if I understand the Minister correctly, then effectively it's a return to the status quo in terms of what happened in the past. In fact, the provision of services in the Old People's Jewish Home was effectively private in the past. That's effectively what he's telling us.
Which hopefully will be ready by the refurbished home that was closed 8 years ago, will hopefully be ready by the end of this month, and then it will be taken over by the Jewish community and they will run it. The beds that are there are not going to be lost, so the number of beds in the ERS will not diminish, but there will be 8 vacant beds and 8 people who are on the waiting list will be accommodated in what is vacated in the McIntosh home.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that clarification. Just one final one on this. The facility has been refurbished. The cost of that was borne by whom?
One of the projects that is included in the National Economic Plan and is being financed by private capital, by the same entities that are doing all the other works in the National Economic Plan. Eventually, of course, the government will be paying for the people in the home, and that will provide a return for the person that has invested in the home.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. Your National Economic Plan. So, am I correct? Because I did see signs up for GBIC on the building. So this is the entity that's effectively undertaken the investment. But that's a joint venture entity, if I recall. Yeah?
Venture is the contractor that has done the refurbishment.
So the investing entity is this Community Supplies and I forget the last word. Yeah?
Just a question, just a very net question. I mean, the minister gave a long list of companies that were owned by the Economic Development and Employment Company Limited, one of which was, I can't remember exactly the name, Oil Exploration or something like that. What does that company do?
Well, the Gibraltar Economic Development and Employment is responsible both for training people and for guiding economic development through ventures that are set up. There are 3 companies here which are not trading and never started trading because proposals were put to us for doing things for which we created a vehicle, but then the proposed project did not materialize, and therefore the companies are still owned, but they never actually started trading because the proposals that were put to us were never fulfilled. So, but given that, my job is to get economic development going with the minimum of delay, when somebody comes along and says, well, look, we want to do something with the government in a certain area, then what I do is I create the vehicle to do it, and with £1,000 as nominal capital, and then if it happens, it happens, and if it doesn't happen, the company is still there, but it has never actually been able to carry out the investment that was intended.
Next question.
Question number 162 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, can the government please look at questions 9 to 10 of 2021? How many applications for disability benefit and appeals against refusal have there been since the 20th of April 2021 for the former and 3rd of March 2021 for the latter, setting out the dates when each application or appeal was made, i.e., just to make it clear, by the applicant appellant?
Answer: the Honourable Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
I will answer this question, questions 163 to 165, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 163 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, can the government please look at questions 9 and 10 of 2021? How many of the applications and appeals referred to in answers to those questions remain to be determined?
Question 164 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
When is the government going to reform the disability benefit system?
Question 165 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Of the applications for disability benefit and appeals against refusal made since the 20th of April 2021 for applications and the 3rd of March 2021 for appeals, how many A remain to be determined, B have been determined?
Answer: the Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
721, 3721, 21721, 3821, 3821, 9821, 13821, 13821, 13821, 23821, 26821, 23821, 2921, 3921, 6921, 15921, 21921, 9921, 13921, 24921, 3921, 29921, 81221, 111021, 131021, 131021, 211021, 271021, 271021, 11121, 41121, 101121, 121121, 101121, 151121, 171121, 221121, 261121, 11221, 291121, 31221, 81221, 91221, 81221, 131021, 211221. That's 67 so far. 68, 6122. So you've got 67 and 21, right? 68 is 6122, 7122, 11122, 7222, 2222, 15222, 18222, 1322, 1322, 8322, 7322, 7322, 24121, 15322, 233, 22, 23, 3, 22, 21, 322, 4, 322, 5, 4, 22, 4, 2, 22, 28, 322, 28, 322, 24, 22, 25, 4, 22, 28, 222, 28, 222, 12, 4, 22, 3, 5, 22, 4, 5, 22, and 6, 5, 22. That's a 97. 8 appeals against refusal have been received since the 3rd of March 21 as follows. 15621, 1921, 141021, 141121, 91221, 91221, 121221, and 181222. 22 applications remain to be determined. 6 appeals of the 8 remain to be determined. Any reform of the disability benefit system will take place when it is ready to be implemented.
Mr. Speaker, has he answered 165? Because I don't think that he has.
97 applications have been made since 20th of April 21, of which 16 have been determined and 82 remain to be determined. And 8 appeals against refusal have been made since the 3rd of March 21, of which all 8 remain to be determined.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for Efficiencies, I do wish that he would introduce greater efficiency in the way that he answers the questions, perhaps providing us with a schedule, rather than the way that he's answered it. But of course, that's the matter for the Minister. Mr. Speaker, he has. I take it from the answer that he has provided me, which is that we will make an announcement essentially when we're ready, that the government is committed to reforming the disability benefit system.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to considering a number of issues, and then we'll decide whether the answer, having considered the issue, is in one direction or another. I mean, what is obvious from these numbers is that there has been a very substantial rate of growth in the number of people in Gibraltar who become disabled and require help because of their disabilities. It's an extraordinary rate of growth with the present system. And I think one needs to look at what we have to do to help more of those who need it, and whether in fact the system is actually being successful in giving the money to those who need it, and maybe giving money to those who don't need it, because otherwise something very serious is happening, which we need to be conscious of and need to be active about. If there is I mean, we're now talking about 100 people, 100 extra people claiming disability every year. That's a huge number compared to what there was. This has resulted in the cost, without any reforms, going up from 5 million to 20 million, 400%. By comparison, the care agency that provides wider cover for people with disabilities on a bigger scale has gone up by 128% as opposed to 400% in this area. So there's something that certainly requires a study in depth, in my view.
So is he suggesting that the direction of travel in any intended reform is to narrow the availability of disability benefit rather than widening it, or leaving it as it is?
Suggesting anything other than my concern that there should be a 400% increase, the biggest increase in the entire estimates book, on something that appears to still be failing. If the argument is that we're not doing enough or helping enough, and we've had a 400% increase since he was in government, it must have been disastrous then, if this is really the situation. I think there has to be a real study. We've had a situation in children with educational needs of a similar nature. The numbers that there were in 2011 and the numbers that there are now, the difference is astronomical. It's not something that you can say is happening because of increase of population. Or there is no visible explanation. If there is if the figures are accurate in reflecting something that is happening, then it's something that is very of great concern, and that we need to investigate how it is that it is happening and why it is happening. And if it is that we're measuring things in a way that is not realistic, and the criteria are not in fact working as they should, then it is something that we need to discover. But in my view, what this reflects, having also been involved during the budget estimates in looking at the need that we've got for special needs assistance, which numbers are in the book, and members can see the huge increase that has been in that area. It's something that I think, whatever we thought was going to be done 2 years ago, I am looking at this perhaps from a different perspective of saying, well, look, we can't just say there are more people, we give money to more people and that's it. I mean, why are we experiencing this level of need now, which was not there 10 years ago?
I can postulate a reason for it as to why there are more applicants and more successful applicants now than perhaps there was in the past, and that is because, well, my learned friend to the right says more cases, but actually, I think it is to do with the fact that there is a recognition in society today that you may be disabled in circumstances where perhaps 10, 15, 20 years ago, there wasn't that recognition. That's the reality. There's more awareness of disability today and what constitutes a disability today than there may have been in the past. That's the reason for it. But does he not agree with me that the root of the problem, and I have made this point in this House on debates and I think in exchanges across the floor of the House in the past, that the root issue is actually getting to grips with the definition of disability for the purposes of this benefit. And you see there's great uncertainty. Well, first of all, I'll ask that question and perhaps I can, otherwise it will become a little bit unwieldy.
The answer is that the system was changed a few years ago. And before it was based on identifying medical conditions that were considered to be inevitably leading to people having a disability in leading a normal life because the medical condition created that situation, right? And therefore, if you had one of a list of medical conditions, you were entitled, and if you didn't have it, you weren't entitled, right? That was changed to a concept which is how well do you manage yourself. So it seems, from what I can see from it, having come and I looked at it with fresh eyes, is that you can have two people with the same condition, one of which is better at coping with the condition and either doesn't get anything, and the other one doesn't even try, and then he gets it. So I think that is the way of assessing this may be part of the explanation for the otherwise quite worrying increase in numbers and in cost, and therefore it may be that we need to be perhaps a better way of assessing it, and then provide the money to those who really need it, whereas we may be giving money based on a criteria which has got such a wide range that there are people who are in serious trouble and can't cope, and people who really don't need it and get it. It wouldn't be unusual because that happens in a lot of things that government does. You try and draw a line, and sometimes you find that what you do is that you're not doing enough for the people who really need it, and you're doing things for people who don't need it. There are more than one example of that. So I think that in looking at the criteria, we need to see exactly what it is, by looking at how it used to be before the change and how it is now, and maybe look at demographics. I mean, are we talking about more young children coming along with problems, which then it's something we need to be concerned about? Or are we talking about some things that people say, well, look, I mean, does everybody who you could argue that everybody that has a stroke, subsequent to the stroke, is less capable of looking after themselves than they were before the stroke, right? That's obvious. So do we say, okay, everybody in Gibraltar that has a stroke will now have a disability, and now we'll give them, because if that's how it's happening, then that can explain how there is no criteria as to if somebody is totally incapacitated or somebody is not able to, write with his left hand, or because the right hand is inhibited with stroke. There are people who, lead full normal lives, and it is the shift that has been in the focus of the thing, where you don't look at the medical condition, but you look at how well the person is coping. So it seems that the person who makes the effort and copes and can't produce evidence that he cannot cope is put at a disadvantage from the way the description of the criteria is drafted. I think since we're going to be continuing studying, I mean, there are a number of papers that have already been written, which I've now gone through, but they don't point in one direction. They just say, well, look, there is this issue, and you can do this or you can do the other, and there's this issue. So it seems to me that the way that it has been approached is not sufficiently thorough, and more needs to be done so that we can come up with something that we're comfortable is actually going to deal with the nature and the content of what is creating the need that is now not being addressed.
No, the honourable gentleman though I am concerned about his motivation, which is pretty transparent. I mean, he basically says, well, look, we've got to be very careful about this because it will become unaffordable. And of course, my concern is that what we don't do is we cut down to the detriment of people that genuinely need disability benefit. But the honourable gentleman is right that it is a question of not only getting the definition of disability right, which is the question that I put to the honourable gentleman. It's also about the impact of that disability on that person. That is the, and in fact that has been the criterion upon which these sorts of applications have been determined, because the test, according to correspondence that I have seen with the many people that come to me about this particular issue, is does your disability affect you in your everyday life? In other words, has a severe impact on your everyday life. That's really been the test, although I have to say that I've also seen some boards that have introduced things such as whether that person could work, and if the person could work, disability was being refused. When, for example, in England, it doesn't really matter if you're a stockbroker. You may qualify, for example, you may be rich, but you may qualify for disability benefit. It's about the condition and potentially the impact of that condition on your life, not on the means of the person. But does he not agree that, at the very least, what needs to happen is that people should be left in no doubt at all what the criterion is? In other words, it should be transparent, it should be published, there should be guidelines so that people can look at those guidelines, can look at the test and can say, I qualify or I do not qualify. Because at the moment, let me tell you that is part of the problem, because the concern of people is that they don't know on what basis perhaps somebody gets it, but they don't get it because they appear to have the same condition as somebody else. Does he not agree that that must form part of the government's review in this area?
You know what he's saying because he said it before. And he also put before the stockbroker example. I certainly wouldn't be in favor of giving it to stockbrokers for the avoidance of doubt. Okay, but I'm not willing to commit myself until I get to grips with this, and I can tell him that I am not in favor of putting this on a statutory level, right? And I want to be clear about that. And I'm willing to explain to him outside why not. And then maybe he'll understand.
I'm grateful for that. Just one more. I'm grateful for that offer, and of course I will take the honourable gentleman up on that. It doesn't need to be statutory, but at the very least there has to be publication of guidelines, very clear criteria, so that people know whether they qualify or they don't qualify. And does he agree that at the very least that needs to happen?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to commit to agreeing to anything until we've gone through the process. And then, I'll bear in mind the importance he attaches to this, but I'm not going to say, yes, we're going to do this until we've done the work that I think needs to be done.
Next question.
Question number 166 of 2022. The Honourable DJ Bossino.
Please state what the intentions are with regards to the Department of Social Security, the Department of Social Security building at Governor's Parade.
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
I will answer this question with 167.
Question number 167 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham on behalf of the Honourable Miss M.D. Hassan Naum.
Yes, well, far less glamorous, I mean, I have to say, but why has the DSS building... I mean, I'm glad that you disagree. Why has the DSS building been closed and staff relocated only in the last month when the building has been known to be unsafe for the last 3 years?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Social Security, Economic Development and Enterprise.
Mr. Speaker, as regards the future use of the building, no decision has been taken. It is likely that an assessment will be made of how much it would cost to make repairs and improvements, and possibly an invitation for expression of interest would be issued for its redevelopment so as to make the decision as to which option produces better value for money. I am informed that the DSS building was not been unsafe for 3 years. The electrical infrastructure at the former DSS premises in Governor's Parade were advised as unsafe by the Gibraltar Electrical Authority in January 22. The staff have been continuing to work from multiple locations since then, including the Royal Gibraltar Post Office and EDEC premises at New Harbours. Government has committed to the full relocation of the department on the 20th of June 2022, next month.
Mr. Speaker, as far as my question is concerned, I understand that from what he's telling us, it's very much at the preliminary stage in terms of the decision-making process. But can he commit to just one aspect of the building, given its obvious intrinsic heritage value? I think it's actually quite a beautiful building from my point of view. Can he commit that aspect won't be in any way impacted or affected? Because I think if it did, depends what's built there, it would have an effect in the surrounding area as well. So if I could have that commitment from him, just as respect that aspect, the heritage aspect.
I think those are issues that would arise if there was a proposal that the government was considered worth supporting, and then it would have to go through the whole heritage and planning and everything else. Those in a building of this age and character, all those things would have to be taken into account anyway before anybody was given permission to do it. I mean, there has been interest from people before we were in a situation of having to take this decision because of its central location. But now that we are in a position that we either have to spend money on it or see how much we can be raising from that building if somebody wants to come in and use it. It's an opportunity to test the market, and then we might decide, that we don't want it used for anything else, and then have to spend the money to make it fit for purpose. But I think it's not something that's going to happen in the near future. There has to be a fairly long process before we get to that stage. And when that stage comes, I have no doubt that the heritage and the architectural value of the thing will prevent anything being done. I mean, nobody's going to come in and knock it down, as far as I can see.
Don't be sexist. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read to the Honourable Gentleman passages of the GGCA press release in relation to this, and then I'm going to ask a supplementary question. Now, the GGCA has said this, and I quote, that the building was severely deteriorated due to water penetration. This resulted in collapse of ceiling in the vault area in 2019, the floor of which has been supported since that date. They also say, luckily no one in the vault room when the ceiling collapsed, so no one was injured. They also say staff would have to use umbrellas when going to the bathroom, and that fuses would blow on a regular basis, resulting in the lights shortages and fear of electrical shortages and electrocution. Now, does the government feel a sense of shame that there have been civil servants working since 2019 in those conditions?
Mr. Speaker, I was conducting the negotiations with the GGCA in respect to those matters. And the leadership of the GGCA, when they came and told us that at the same time as they issued the statement, said, we can't believe that the staff of this department have not told us before that they were working in these conditions. Otherwise, we would have brought it to you earlier so that you could have acted earlier. The staff of the GGCA at the DSS are, I can only say, a magnificent bunch of people, because they have been jovial in dealing with the problems that they've had. They have not raised the alarm until the last minute with their union, so that the union raised it with us even later. Of course, we knew that there was a need for a relocation. We had committed ourselves to a relocation, but we did not appreciate that the matters had got to that extent, and neither had their own union when they brought it to us. And I can only once again thank the members of staff of the DSS, because they have been absolutely magnificent in the way that they have continued stoically to provide the service to the public that they have. Recently, they were frustrated, as much as we were frustrated by our inability to move them finally when we wanted to. We had a serious logistical issue. I know that they're laughing, Mr. Speaker, because they laugh at everything and they don't really care about the staff of the DSS. And if only people could see their faces now when I'm explaining these issues. But we continued to work with them, Mr. Speaker. We were able to give them the satisfaction that there was a final date on which they would move. They really are the best of us, Mr. Speaker, and I will not stand up and express anything other than huge pride in the public servants that Gibraltar has, in particular the public servants that we have in the DSSS. I was going to have a meeting with them on a number of occasions. I've had to cancel because of the treaty negotiations. I had a date in the diary when I was able to go, and then 5 of them caught COVID, and it was advised that we shouldn't all meet for that reason. But they really are, Mr. Speaker, the absolute best of us, and it ill behoves anyone to try and play politics with them, as the Honourable Gentleman is.
Perhaps he might wish, and I invite him, to apologise to the staff for having worked under these conditions for such a lengthy period of time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the thing that he doesn't know in trying to dramatically get up to draw me to an apology and then be able, as he has already in relation to the warps issue, Mr. Speaker, post on Facebook about how high-handed the government is in giving him an answer, which sets out an explanation for the things he failed to understand and the questions that he asks. I'm not going to do anything that the Honourable Gentleman invites me to do, because I know, Mr. Speaker, that every chalice that he hands me is laced with hemlock. And I'm going to instead continue my direct communication with the excellent people, the men and women who work in the DSS department. I look forward to being able to see them face to face when that part of their cohort of their number have recovered from COVID. They were incredibly well led in the period of the pandemic by a senior executive officer who has demonstrated a maturity beyond his years and an ability to represent Gibraltar in the negotiations on matters related to the sensitive area of social security, which has won plaudits even from the Minister for Economic Development, who is getting plaudits from the Minister for Economic Development is like getting blood out of a stone. I mean, I've never had one, and I've won him 3 elections, let alone you. So the SEO in question, Mr. Speaker, has done an incredible job, because the Minister for Economic Development and the DSS has been fulsome in his praise, as has the Attorney General. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a magnificent bunch of people. Let's leave them out of politics. It's not elegant for us to play games with people, as the Honourable Gentleman is trying to do.
With that, we end the question and answer session for the moment. Honourable the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table the answers to written questions, which I have here.
May I interject here? What's happening to Minister Balban's
Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker, you're absolutely right. Mr. Speaker, Minister Walbang is not in Gibraltar because of a family emergency. I think honourable members are aware. And so therefore his questions can either be answered in writing if they wish, or they can be set aside to be answered orally at the next session of the House if they prefer. I mean, the last time that we had this in, I think the rules say that they have 5 days to tell us whether they want, I think 5 days, maybe longer, to tell us whether they want them in writing or orally.
Suggestion, and within the 5 days we'll communicate that to the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had completely forgotten that we had to put that option to honourable members. And I should say that I'm sure the whole House will join me in wishing all the best to the Walbang family at this difficult time, and wishing them a speedy, all of the members of the family, a speedy return to Gibraltar, with all of them healthy to be able to return to us. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, it's now my honour to table the answers to written questions W1 to W8 of 2002. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the House should now adjourn till next Tuesday, I have the date here, next Tuesday the 24th of May at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, when we'll move on to other matters on the order paper.
I now propose the question, which is that this House do now adjourn to Tuesday the 24th of May at 3 p.m. I now put the question, which is that this House do now adjourn to Tuesday the 24th of May at 3 p.m. Those in favour? Those against? Passed. This House will now adjourn to Tuesday the 24th of May at 3 p.m.